A very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to continue our next session for today. So for that, we would like to request everyone to please kindly join us inside of the ballroom and please be seated. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our program for today. So for that, I would like to request everyone to please kindly enter the ballroom and be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our program for today, so for that, we would like to request everyone to kindly be seated. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, namo buddhaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, salam kebajikan, Om Swastiastu, interpreted as may peace and happiness always upon us. A very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome everyone to the second day of the Association of Development Financing Institutions in Asia and Pacific International CEO Forum 17. May I have a big round of applause for all of us? Thank you. It is an honor. My name is Putri Gorda to be back here as your MC for today. First and foremost, please allow me to convey my gratitude and warm welcome to His Excellency, the honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for attending our second day of the forum. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our special interest session, please kindly join me to welcome the ADFIAP Chairman, His Excellency Dr. Kautak, for the token of appreciation session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite once again Dr. Kautak to please come up on the stage, please. And also, please allow me to invite to come up on the stage to receive the token of appreciation, the President Director of PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur Persero. Please join me to welcome Mr. Reynaldi Hermansyah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to witness the token of appreciation moment on behalf of ADFIAP to PT SME. Once again, this is the symbol of gratitude. Once again, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much, Dr. Kautak, and also Mr. Reynaldi Hermansyah. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to steal your attention for a while to the screen in front of you because we are going to present you. This is an introduction video for the upcoming ADFIAP Annual Meeting 48 in Muscat, Oman.
Hello, I'm Al-Mukhtar, and on behalf of Development Bank, I'm delighted to invite you to the 48th ADFIAP Annual Meeting, taking place April 23rd to 25th, 2025. Right here in Muscat, Sultanate of Oman. This year's meeting offers a unique opportunity to connect with over 400 professionals from more than 40 countries. Our discussions will be centered around two important themes. The first, economic gardening, will explore how targeted financial and advisory support can nurture the development of Stage 2 businesses. The second theme, the impact of development finance, will consider how institutions like ours help build economic resilience and sustainable growth. Whatever the topic is and whether you are participating in panel discussions or capitalizing on the many networking opportunities of ADFIAP 48, there is no better place to have these conversations than Muscat, a city with a rich history and heritage, a vibrant city that embraces sustainability and creative development, a welcoming city where you will also experience the warm hospitality Oman is known for, along with its stunning natural beauty. We look forward to welcoming you to Muscat in April as you join ADFIAP colleagues from across the Asia-Pacific region for an exciting and insightful annual meeting. It's an event not to be missed.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to give a glimpse of introduction regarding the upcoming 48th annual meeting that will be held in Oman, please allow me to invite the representative from Development Bank Sultanate of Oman, please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's really exciting to announce this, that we will be hosting the next annual meeting in April, and we're looking forward to welcome you all and the entire ADFIAP members for this beautiful country who is known by their culture and the hospitality. I wouldn't say much about the country. I would like you to come and explore it yourself, but the theme of development impact and the economic gardening. I want to highlight that development impact is something all of us, we have some similarities with the commercial banks, but I think our KPIs and our mandates are a bit different. We do know that each and every DFI has their own development impacts, but I think a lot of us are struggling to quantify and measure those development impacts, to utilize those right tools and to leverage on these tools to bring the right impact it's needed to our countries, to our society. Initially, to be honest, we thought that we have been a bit selfish when we were introducing this theme of development impact, that we thought it's maybe a need of my country, is not the need of the DFIs. But after discussing and speaking to many of our neighboring countries who are into the same phase, I think it's a situation needs to be addressed and needs to be understood. Tools, we need those tools. We need the real measurement of development impact so we can deploy our time, energy, liquidity to the right place so we can bring better impact maybe than what we are doing now. About the economic gardening, I think it's something we have experienced, that in Oman we have 11 regions. Each region has its own value-added, basically, facilities and advantages, and we have seen we might not be able to leverage those advantages, and I think DFIs have their own mandate to making sure not to only develop sectors and the capital cities. I think the DFIs has also their mandate to develop each and every village, each and every city within the country. We have seen that is one of the also challenges. We have a lot of centralization of development are coming into the central city, where we are actually heading toward having a better development in different regions which might not be considered as the capital city of the country. Not only in Oman, we have seen the same issue has been experienced in different regions. So these are the two key topics. We wanted to take your views, take your feedback, take your brain, take your advices on how best we can leverage them, be it in Oman and be it within the region. Thank you very much, and I look forward to see you all soon in Oman, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the first day of our forum, we were discussing about various topics, such as showcasing Indonesia energy transitions toward low-carbon economic development, and also equitable energy transition, pathway to a just and sustainable future, and also driving economic prosperity, leveraging digital transformation strategies. And after this, we'll have the next interesting session. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to remind you once again that today we are going to have the polling sessions as well, using the Mentimeters. And also, if you want to ask the questions in the end of the session, please kindly use the Mentimeter as well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so now let us begin our second special interest session that will be discussing about navigating the digital landscape at ADFIAP's strategic fintech initiative for sustainable growth. And for the session, we would like to invite the moderator to please come up on the stage. The Group Head, Business Development and Marketing at ADFIAP, please welcome Mr. John Alianza. And also, we would like to invite the panelists to please come up on the stage. The digital banking expert at ADFIAP.net, CEO of Synapsis Ltd, Mr. Dinesh Fernando Pule. The Vice President, Credit Lending, Land Bank of Philippines, Mr. Eden Japitana. APEC Principal Consultant, Provenier, Mr. Kavineswaran Kartigasan. And also the Secretary General of ADFIAP, Mr. Enrique Florencio. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, give the biggest round of applause for our panelists and moderator. And to the moderator, this time is yours.
Good morning, everyone, here at the hall, and also good morning and good afternoon to those watching us via live stream. I am delighted to welcome you to this special interest session 2, Navigating the Digital Landscape, ADFIAP's Strategic FinTech Initiative for Sustainable Growth, where we will talk about the transformative landscape of digital finance and development banking. This session will explore how ADFIAP.net, ADFIAP's Strategic FinTech Initiative, is advancing the digital finance and sustainability efforts essential for the future of development banks. ADFIAP.net represents a powerful step in transforming banking operations for development institutions, focusing on the integration of technology, streamlined operations, and sustainable finance practices to tackle the unique challenges in the sector. Guided by our distinguished speakers, each an authority in fintech, risk management, and sustainability, this session will highlight how ADFIAP.net is setting a new standard for innovation in development banking. Through insights into the core banking digitalization, credit decision engines, and ESG-focused credit models, our experts will showcase practical solutions that not only address the operational needs of development banks, but also empower rural financial institutions to drive financial inclusion and community resilience. What we can expect? We can expect to gain critical perspective on ADFIAP.net's role in enhancing decision-making, accelerating digital transformation, and embedding sustainable practices into our banking practices. It will provide a comprehensive look at how ADFIAP.net is propelling development banks into a new era, building a future where technology and sustainable practices enable lasting growth, resilience, and inclusion across this sector. Now, each of our speakers has 10 minutes for their presentation, and we will hold a brief Q&A session later after their presentation. Now, let's move on to our presentation. Our first speaker is Mr. Dinesh Fernando Pule, a highly respected digital banking expert and the Managing Director and CEO of Synapsis Limited. With this wealth of experience, Mr. Fernando Pule will introduce us to the fintech frontier, ADFIAP.net game-changing core banking solution, A-Banks. This solution aims to transform core banking for development banks through streamlined, efficient, and scalable digital finance. So let's get started. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dinesh Fernando Pule to the stage. Mr. Dinesh.
Good morning,
Your Excellencies, board members, delegates. I'm Dinesh Randapule, and I will move forward with the presentation on A-banks. So as John described to you, there is a rationale behind ADFIAP.net, and what we're trying to do is we have, through the membership, understood what the needs are. Some banks are ahead of the game, some banks are still on their journey. And what we are doing is helping you take those steps or add other pathways in your already developing journey in fintech. So there are two strategies in place on the tech side. I mean, we are making it a cost-effective way to try out new initiatives and experiment with what you can do with your client base. The other aspect of it is typically you have data on your own banking institution and your own customers. And with the right security and anonymization of data, as you are all members of one association, we could share the knowledge, and with that knowledge, gain insights that help you look at your customers with deeper understanding, because most of these customers will actually be banking with several different institutions, or they could be in a financial inclusion mode where their banking is with non-traditional banks or fintechs or telcos. And these steps would help you grow your business. It also helps with making your existing business more profitable. And thirdly, along with the theme of this conference, it helps in the ESG journey that all of you are on. So in discussions with, that ADFIAP.net has had with the membership, we've identified about 5 areas that are roadblocks to developing interesting fintech solutions and serving your customers. Obviously, the high cost in technology has been discussed even by previous speakers. The operational inefficiencies that sometimes might exist because part of your business processes are electronic and automated, and part may still be manual. So the necessity to change that. The other thing that's happening is regulations, security. It's a continuously evolving situation. Regulators will give you new guidelines every quarter. Security is an evolving situation with new exploits from new hackers coming up on a regular basis. So the idea here is that sharing the knowledge across our institutions, we can face these threats more effectively, as well as we can put a common effort behind keeping abreast of regulations, because it is always easier to work on these things together. Some of the other areas, I'll touch on legacy systems. I mean, some of you are still burdened with legacy systems. These have escalating maintenance costs, and sometimes even it is hard to get the maintenance you need. There are integration difficulties with today's financial ecosystem, which includes mobile operators and fintechs and other banks. And then you also have the fact that you want to move into new systems, but you are sometimes hamstrung by what is already in place. So when we designed A-banks and the ADFIAP.net offering, we targeted obviously a cloud-based model for the cost efficiency, minimal upfront investment. We targeted operational issues by whatever could be automated going end to end, so that you didn't have to deal with silos of automation, silos of manual. And like I said, regulations and cybersecurity we take a common front and approach to it. The challenges of legacy systems would be handled by the fact that this is a cloud-based modernization, the updates are automatic, and the interoperability is available through newer technologies. So the final and key point would be the digital limitations that was mentioned, and which was hampering your movement in the ecosystem. So here we have a full set of APIs and integrations offered to you. And it is available on the cloud, so deployment is rather quick. You don't have to procure systems, install them, test them, starting from the infrastructure up. But what we've also done is we realized that one size doesn't fit all. So we are still leaving room for customizable solutions or customization using the modules we have and orchestrating their function to suit your specific business need. So several speakers before me have spoken about the digital transformation in banking. So I won't take too much time on this, but the rise of demand for digital banking is making it a mobile-first world. The customer expects it, and you have competitors coming up who are digital-only banks. So we need to look at that. The importance of cloud-based solutions, the customer experience as well, from being able to access it in the means or the channel that the customer wants, personalization of the service through AI and understanding what the customer is doing. And the customer wants to also have self-service versus having to go to a bank or a branch or a staff member of the institution directly. We've talked about the security enhancements that digital transformation needs, because now you are sharing your information or your customers' information with their consent with other players in the financial ecosystem. So you need to have the security and the necessary frameworks in place to be able to share but still be secure. So it's a little bit of a dilemma. And finally, the data that I mentioned at the outset, to be able to provide real-time analytics in what you are doing as you serve the customer, to use that data to manage your risk on the back end, as well as generating customer insights so that you can market more effectively. So with A-Banks, we are ticking the boxes on all these requirements and necessities for moving forward in your digital journey and growing your institutions and developing your nations. Cloud-based pay-as-you-use model, supporting digital transformation, automating compliance, robust data security, the idea of seamless integration with the entire fintech ecosystem and with the member banks, as well as enhancing customer experience, which is what you have been, the journey you've been going on and your goal for quite some time. So A-Banks, because it's mobile first, it offers you the full suite of retail and business banking functionality, from very powerful administration tools to the customer management module, deposits, lending, and we're told from our members that a lot of interest is primarily in those two areas, deposits and lending. So you can only, say, deploy those models as you need. On the other hand, there is a need for remittance, both interbank, domestic, as well as international. Then we get into trade finance and treasury, managing your own finances, as well as helping people in trade, export, import, manage their requirements. So this is going from the base of the financial inclusion, up to the SMEs who might be needing to trade. Tellering is mobile as well as standard counter. There's a full range of inquiries, so the operational queries and reports that are needed, a full set of reports to handle the wider requirements of a financial institution, and a very powerful limits management module, because as you're doing all these things with partners and mobile-first operations and self-service, you really have to manage what people are doing in serving customers, as well as what customers might be doing in managing their own finances. So, as I explained, it is a customizable platform. The core can be 1, 2, 3, 4 of the main modules, and then you can lay it around with the access you need. You can create a specific digital offering, or if you want to think of it, something like a virtual bank. You can have the typical channels around, and then you can have the analytics around the entire offering. And just to give you an idea, I've taken a snapshot of just a lending process that's available within the lending module. So they're very powerful in terms of capturing customer data and offering product information, pre-built products, being able to activate products on specific schedules, and then processing loans, getting the approvals, the documentation, the monitoring, the disbursement, and then the repayment, because customers today want various ways to ensure that they're able to repay you, and you want to make sure you're making it convenient for them to repay you. I have to speed up, I realize. And so then here I'm showing you the different customer touch points. So you got your business modules at the top, and then you can see, I mean, there can be a bank agent, there could be direct to customer. A mobile bank could be in a truck, in a boat. You know, in our countries, there are various options and various requirements based on geography. Self-service kiosks, field agents, ATMs, point of sale terminals. So we have connected and have the capacity to connect to all these different channels. This is an example, and I wish I had more time to spend on it, but where we have actually used the modules and connected complementary systems to it. And these are what I mean by tailored solutions going for your specific business needs and your customer needs. So, for example, the agent banking, where you can have multiple hierarchies of financial intermediaries. Mobile teller, where you have your own field force venturing out from the branch in the field. Agri-supply, the agri-supply chain can be, we've done it for agriculture, but you can also do it for other small-scale cottage industries, you know, connecting smallholder farmers and factories that buy the crop and accelerating payments, connecting to the entire banking chain, not just your bank, so that they can receive payments with convenience, giving them access to microfinance, because you're now looking at the flow of crop and translating that into the creditworthiness of a customer. Mobile banking and payments is a given. We have a very interesting offering on the collaboration and workflow side, Octoplex, which we have been showing in our video clip as it goes on. And what we are working with some people is building the ESG monitoring requirements, verification capability into that iPad tab-based platform, so that committees, board members, people in the field can capture the ESG requirements, and these can be filtered and reported up as needed. The prepaid services, you know, you all know about mobile top-ups, and this is typically a cash-based business with distributors and resellers in multiple hierarchies. We've taken that to mobile operators, but also even in the situation where in some countries, electricity and water are prepaid services. So you pay for a certain amount of capacity and you utilize it. And this is then tying to your bank. And remittances, we've talked about RapidX, our international inward remittances platform that typically oversees foreign workers utilize. And this, for example, is deployed in over 25 countries with about 600 touch points, and brings the money into the country and can disperse it across the financial system to any bank through multiple methods like wallets and ATMs and counter transactions and direct bank account credits. Just looking at the future today, we want to work with you to bring in more tailored products for financial inclusion. You know your customer the best, you know your region the best, so talk to us and we can build up the solution. Resource efficiency is there with the cloud, but we want to make it better. So we would like to work with you to make our platform more resource efficient, which also helps your institution be more efficient with resources as well as with people, given the automation we can bring. On green investments, we are looking at using IoT and connecting to digital platforms so we can capture the information generated by those green projects and automate the reporting and for you to be able to justify the success of the projects you funded. And by doing that, your access to your sources of funds for green projects will also improve. Finally, on the data and AI and machine learning side, with all this information, again, focus on the growth, the profitability, and now the sustainability of your organization as well. So let me finish by saying, this is a transformative solution offered to you through ADFIAP. It's future-ready technology. It focuses and helps you in your journey on sustainable and inclusive finance. And it helps with enhanced customer service, which has been your institution's goals from the very beginning. So my call to action is connect with ADFIAP and find out more about what ADFIAP.net has to offer. Speak with ADFIAP.net and people like John and Emil and the Secretary General, and understand how we can be involved in your digital journey. So we are already speaking with some of the institutions, both small and large, in various countries. So we'd like to expand that discussion. And finally, I encourage you to try out some of the platforms and tools that we have, and let's get on this journey together and make a success of it for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh, for that insightful presentation. A-Banks, by the way, it means ADFIAP, banking, and network access. So the network exchange, sorry. Network exchange. Okay, so let's proceed with the second presenter. Next, welcome Mr. Eden Hapitana, Vice President, Lending Program Management Group of Land Bank of the Philippines. Mr. Hapitana will share insights on empowering communities through digital finance, Land Bank's pathway to inclusive growth for cooperatives and rural banks, showcasing Land Bank's effort to drive financial inclusion by upgrading digital financial services to serve the rural communities better. Mr. Hapitana, please.
To all our esteemed development partners of ADFIAP, colleagues in the industry, honored guests, good morning. It is my pleasure to join you today to discuss the transformative power of digital finance in furthering sustainable and inclusive growth for cooperatives and rural banks. As the largest government-owned bank in the Philippines, we at Land Bank plays a unique role in advancing national development and financial inclusion. We are deeply committed to empowering underserved communities while maintaining financial viability. To fulfill this dual mission, we employ barbell strategy where profits from our commercial banking operations fund development programs and initiatives to align the country's socioeconomic development agenda. This approach enables us to balance our commercial objectives with strong commitment to supporting priority sectors, including the small farmers and fishers. Many of them are actually our agrarian reform beneficiaries, micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as the vital sectors in agriculture, aquaculture, local government units, and environmental related initiatives. Over the past 6 decades, Land Bank has successfully managed this balancing act, as evidenced by continued growth of our loan portfolio in favor of our priority sectors. Our support extends to critical areas such as communication, transportation, housing, education, healthcare, environmental projects, tourism, utilities, which together contributes to advancing inclusive economic growth and the community empowerment. Through this model, Land Bank provides more than access to crucial credit. We create opportunities for communities to save, invest, and grow. For cooperatives and rural banks, this support is essential to stay relevant and serve emerging needs towards enhancing quality of life, promoting economic stability, and ensuring that every Filipino, regardless of their location, can participate and benefit from the digital economy. Financial inclusion is not just a goal. It is a necessity for sustainability, inclusive economic growth. However, significant challenges remain. Infrastructure in rural areas in the Philippines are often lack of essential facilities needed to support digital financial services, like stable internet connectivity and reliable electricity, especially in the island towns and barangays. To rely on traditional brick and mortar branches alone in these communities is both cost prohibitive and impractical. Further, financial and digital literacy remain a crucial barrier. Many are still unfamiliar or distrust digital banking tools, which hinders adaptation. Without accessible financial services, rural economies cannot reach its full potential. With this, Land Bank has adopted the digital strategy by integrating physical and digital banking solutions. Land Bank is bridging the gap between traditional and banking and modern digital services. This approach allows the bank to establish digital touchpoints in rural areas, complemented on the ground by our branches and our partners, such as the Land Bank Kasama, who are our agent bank conduits in the rural areas. By equipping rural institutions to offer these hybrid solutions, the collaboration of Land Bank and ADFIAP aim to open doors to entire communities to participate in the local and national economy, ensuring that financial services are not only available, but also accessible, user-friendly, and inclusive. Land Bank recognizes the essential role of our cooperatives and rural banks in reaching underserved areas. This is why we have consolidated and enhanced and dedicated our support to the financial institution by coming up with our partner financial initiative linkage to financial inclusion networks, or we call them PFI links. This is actually a credit program of Land Bank wherein we provide credit assistance to our conduits such as co-op, association, and not just by providing them working capital requirement, but also in the event that they want to upgrade their facilities, to upgrade their computer facilities and even acquire softwares, they can also be assisted by Land Bank. The commitment has seen substantial funding of 115 billion allocated nationwide. with 152 billion in loans disbursed as of September 2024, benefiting 225 borrowers. For direct lending, the bank provides short-term loan lines for purposes of agri-production, trading on fishery products, digitization expenses, and institutional development initiatives. Term loans are also provided for permanent working capital, capital expenditures, and other business needs. To expand its reach and support smaller enterprises, Land Bank also offers relending facilities to partner financial institutions. This includes rediscounting lines for working capital and short-term loan lines for relending. Relending facilities are focused on ensuring direct support to individual cooperatives, which helps prevent complexities of double financing within the co-op federation. In addition, Land Bank also provides capacity building activities to enhance our MFI's financial literacy and risk management practices. This helps MFIs improve their viability, sound business operation, and adopt healthier financial behaviors. To further accelerate the transformation of our cooperatives and rural banks, Land Bank has entered into a strategic partnership with ADFIAP, harnessing the power of ADFIAP's digital core banking system, A-Banks. This collaboration introduces a free, reliable digital financial infrastructure that streamlines operation, enhances efficiency, reduces operational costs for cooperatives and rural banks. By simplifying core banking processes, A-Banks empower financial institutions to focus more on growth and service delivery. The A-Bank system not only addresses immediate operational needs, but also serves as the foundational platform for this institution to embrace digitization. This partnership with ADFIAP will significantly accelerate the digital transformation journey of our partner cooperatives and rural banks, enabling them to provide more seamless, efficient, and meaningful services to their clients. Digitization is not just an option, it is a necessity, especially in the evolving financial landscape today. Land Bank digital transformation strategy includes scalable, secure digital systems for cooperatives and rural banks to expand their financial services. Through this initiative, like the Land Bank mobile app, we have improved accessibility, enabling clients to perform essential banking transactions from fund transfer to bills payment, right from using their mobile apps or devices. With A-Banks as part of our digital toolkit, co-op and rural banks can now operate with more robust and efficient system that supports operational improvements and better meets the needed services for their communities. This partnership aligns with Land Bank's vision to create a truly inclusive financial ecosystem, bringing underserved communities into formal economy and enable them to benefit digital financial services. The potential impact of finance on cooperatives and rural banks is transformative. Through anticipated integration of A-Banks, these institutions will gain tools that will enable them to improve access to loans and credit, enhance operational efficiency, and expand their services reach. By streamlining processes and reducing operational costs, A-Banks will ultimately allow cooperatives and rural banks to allocate their resources toward services and meeting the community's evolving needs. While our partnership with ADFIAP is on an early stage, we are optimistic that Land Bank's long-standing commitment to this institution, combined with ADFIAP's forward-thinking A-Bank solution, will serve as a game changer in fostering financial inclusion. Together, we are setting a new blueprint for our co-ops and rural banks to fast-track their digitalization drive and thrive and support their communities in today's digital economy. Land Bank and ADFIAP are committed to inclusive growth. By expanding our digital services and harnessing capabilities of e-banks, we aim to support even more cooperatives and rural banks, reaching deeper unserved areas. The potential growth of transformation is vast and limitless. And together, we will continue strengthening partnership and adopting further digital solutions to make financial inclusion a reality for all. To everyone here today, let us continue building bridges, work together to bring digital financial services to those who need it the most, moving in a unified stride towards shared goals and commitment to innovation. We can drive sustainable and inclusive growth to our communities deserve. Thank you very much for the time and attention. Good morning once again.
Thank you, Eden, for such an inspiring look into Land Bank's pathway to financial inclusivity. Your insights on empowering cooperatives and rural banks through digital finance show just how transformative these solutions can be for communities. Now let's go to our third speaker, Mr. Kavines Kartigasan, Asia Pacific Principal Consultant at Provenir, a global leader in risk and credit decisioning technology. He will present on transforming risk and credit, harnessing decision engines for next-gen development banking in ADFIAP.net, exploring how decisioning engines are reshaping the credit landscape to meet the demands of today's development banks. So, Mr. Kavines.
Thank you, Sir John. Good morning to all honorable guests and delegates. It's my honor to be part of this forum, and thank you all for the opportunity. It's really a pleasure to be here. Now, I think before I start off with my presentation, I'll just take a moment to thank Dinesh as well. That was for setting the premise for ADFIAP.net's offering and the fundamental challenges faced by the next generation banks. Sir Hapitana, you clearly highlighted the crucial point of financial inclusiveness that touches the fundamental needs of every individual. I think aptly said, digitization is a necessity. It's not a good to have anymore, it's a necessity. Now, the premise of my presentation is going to be around harnessing the true power of decision engine within the next generation, banking as well as lending within the ASEAN region. Now, allow me to walk you through a bird's eye view of the market and connect the dots towards the need for a decision engine within this entire banking and lending ecosystem. Now, what you're looking here on this slide right now is a bird's eye view of the entire market, and I'm taking a focus across the top 6 ASEAN markets. Now, it's a huge, fundamentally a huge space to play with. It's a USD 3 trillion GDP, and it's actually a 5th largest economy as of even as old as 2019, and this is continuously growing. Now you have a 2 trillion consumer spending across 670 million people. And this spending has not stopped. This is going and growing together. Now, the second part of my entire slide over here is all about hyperconnectivity. Now, what's the relationship between that first and the second? The second slide is an indication in terms of the number of internet users by country. Now, as you can see over here, apart from Singapore, where you'll see 215 people are already there across the entire, about 5.5 million, my apologies, 5.5 million and 5.5 million are already connected. The rest of the countries are still having a gap. Now, the internet connectivity and penetrations across Southeast Asia is also notably one of the biggest and the fastest growing market. We have the population, we have the internet connectivity. Now let's touch base on the financial services industry. Now, short view of this entire slide is simply on the point that you have 70% of the population still underbanked or unbanked they are not served enough. Financial inclusion is not about hitting only a specific segment. It has to be across the board, and we have a large scale of the population who is in need, and we need to actually find ways to approach them. Now, having said that, some of the key challenges that you are seeing right now, number one, financial limited access, like what Land Bank is actually pursuing over here. Two, weak infrastructure. Three, lack of customer-centric focus. Now, the weak infrastructure is where ADFIAP is actually helping a lot more. And the lack of customer centricity is where, when you have a holistic system, you're going to have a more granular view, and you're going to be able to do hyper-personalized approach, giving the best possible solution, the best possible service to the person who is in need. Moving on. Now, this is a new norm, right? Gone are the days, or it is slowly fading away, the days where we were very paper-centric. The paper-centricity days are over. Now, everybody is adapting in one way or another a form of digital financial services. Now, what I've put together over here is the key 5 that actually plays around a big role within this region: payments, remittance, lending, insurance, and investments. Now, the part that I would like the entire forum to note is that it is stated that US $38 billion worth of annual revenue will be coming through via just the digital financial services landscape. And the lending sector is going to make half of that. This has been consistently reported not only in the 2019 Temasek and Google study, but also in the most recent one as well. And this is where the opportunity lies, right? Now, adoption rates has also increased tremendously. You have 35% of the customers having at least access to an online bank, or they have experienced an online bank. Now, there's also a 40% growth in contactless transactions. Now, meaning, if this you take it pre-pandemic, it would be much lower. And the pandemic helped them to be far more connected. And this is where it relates back to my second point of hyperconnectivity. Now, the third piece over here is purely on the virtualization of the workforce. Now, we are operating in a new norm where we are not exactly physically present in our premises. We are working as remotely, we have more hybrid approaches. And all these people are doing so, and they are basically, their only touch point is data and internet connectivity, right? Now, what would you need as an ongoing financial services? I put it into operational transformation, and that actually boils down to these 3 pillars. Let me begin with the first part, which is basically structural cost savings. Now, you're obviously going to be looking out for uncompromised customer experience while uncompromising the customer's resilience, compliance, and security. That is where the structural cost saving plays a role. The second piece is more on the operational resilience, quick to adapt, be agile, and that translates to the third pillar over on the far end corner, which is basically digitalization on cloud. Now, what it means is that you need a greater firepower to accommodate and to be able to harness the amount of data that is passing through on a day-to-day. Now, the future of the financial services have to be, in one way or another, operating, looking through all these 3 pillars and finding a good balance. And the rural banks or the development banks is a place where you could actually have a good start. Start small, scale it, adapt. You will surely attain your operational resilience as you go on. Now, what does this mean to the Southeast Asia's population? Now, with 70% of Southeast Asia's population is either unbanked or underbanked, the biggest challenge is having a differentiated customer access and also providing an uncompromised product and experience. Now, the opportunity that you're looking at as I highlighted in my premise itself, there's three. You have a $38 billion digital financial services opportunity lying over here. You have the people, which is the 70% of the population that are underbanked and unbanked. And you also have an adoption rate that is growing on double digits on a year-on-year. Now, to accommodate all this and putting this together and to make sure that every individual is served, you need three primary tools over here. Number one, an industry-leading technology that relies a lot more on AI or real-time omni-channel or form of automations. Second is more of a future-proof investments, and this is future-proofing investments is very critical for rural banks per se. What you're trying to do is make sure that you're doing a low-code rather than a fully coded customized solution. Keep it simple, and finally, start small, select the products, select the offerings that you could do a micro journey upon, right? And how Provinia supports is coming to this point over here. The graph you're looking at is actually a multitude of use cases covering the three primary customer journey. It starts from a loan originations or lead generations to originations, proactive customer management, and finally towards the tail end being collections. The peak and bounce is a reflection of the customer value itself. So in the initial stage, they are very valuable to you. As you progress, you'll try your level best to retain them. Regardless of where we are, regardless of the types of banks, these are the use cases that you'll be looking out for, and all these data points requires data, and it has to be uncompromised processing capability. And that's where Provinia really comes into play as a decision engine provider. Now, what it connects is basically in three areas. Number one, we support you to streamline credit and fraud onboarding. We also make sure that you have frictions and remove frictions and also maximize the customer lifetime value via active customer management, and also making sure that any deteriorations in the customer value is rebrought back to the value of the bank itself. Now, what primarily it rolls around is three areas. One, data. This is why I related the population and also the hyperconnectivity, where you have enormous data digital footprints to be leveraged upon. Second is being a code-free cloud, a low-code solution or a code-free cloud decisioning platform that allows ADFIAP to leverage, bring everything together, and making sure that everybody is getting, every other individual who deserves a role in the financial inclusivity is uniformly assessed. Third is obviously we are in the world of AI, we are developing, we are continuously growing. So AI is going to play a good role in optimizing the decisions as we progress. This is how we believe, from a Provinia standpoint, we are going to be supporting ADFIAP. Now, Provinia solution being a low-code, no-code solution, we are also a full-blown API compliant, meaning integration will be at ease. Now, as many of them are coming together within ADFIAP, what is best is to make sure that every services is not a big toolbox, but it becomes a smaller granular microservice. And Provinia would be able to accommodate and provide this sort of services, microservices covering all the use cases that I spoke about earlier, and ensuring that financial inclusion is across to everybody and not limited to only selective individuals. Now with that, I end my case. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Kavines, for a fascinating exploration of decision engines in risk and credit. Your insights into how these technologies transform credit landscape for development banks highlight a significant step forward in making smarter, faster, and more strategic lending decisions. Now let's go to our fourth speaker. Our final speaker is our Secretary General, Mr. Enrique Florencio. He will address the important topic of sustainability in finance with this presentation, Integrating ESG in Credit Decisions, Fostering Innovation to Address Grand Challenges. His insights will highlight how incorporating environmental, social, and governance factors into credit decision-making fosters innovation and resilience for a more sustainable future. So, Secretary General, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, John. And before I begin with a short sharing presentation, I would like to acknowledge this guy in front of you for helping us to make this project a reality. A big hand for them, please. For sharing their talent and expertise without any cost. For my presentation, just going back with the ADFIAP Net. ADFIAP Net was born out of the passion of helping our members. 2 years ago, when we talk to some of our members, and one of the problems that, or the pain points rather, is that they shared with us is how we can assist them and help them in their technological journey. And ADFIAP Net is, if you're going to ask, what is Net? You know what is ADFIAP? Net is actually, what do you think? Nurturing, enhancing the technological requirements of our members. So that's the real meaning of ADFIAP Net. And now it's been 2 years, and I'm happy to inform everyone that the project, the platform, is now working, and we have been rolling this out to some of our members. One from the Development Bank in Kiribati, and another one is here inside this ballroom, the new Rural Bank of San Leonardo. I know you are here. Please stand up. June. Okay, thank you so much for believing in what we're doing. ADFIAP Net is, if you're going to look at the data ecosystem, there's a lot. The core banking system is only one. There's a lot of things that we are hoping to do, and the one is the credit scoring. Our priority, number one, and our priority number two is the agri-tech, which we are going to finish probably by the end of this year. So for my sharing and short presentation, I'm going to share with you the ESG scoring system embedded in this platform. We piloted this to 94 institutions, DFIs, SMEs, co-op, and microfinance entities. The ADFIAP ESG credit scoring platform is designed to help financial institutions integrate environmental, social, and governance criteria into their lending and investment decisions. And the platform provides a comprehensive scoring system that evaluates potential borrowers and investment sustainability and ethical impact. And this platform enables also DFIs and other organizations to make more informed, responsible choices through advanced data analytics. That's why we have these guys here in front of us. The primary objective of AESG, we have the A banks, now we have the AESG. This is ADFIAP ESG scoring system. This is a platform where the primary objective is to develop and implement an AI-powered credit scoring model that incorporates ESG factors. So this one is the phase one, and the phase two is the credit scoring systems, when we're planning to embed and incorporate the two, so to be able to address our team this year's the low development carbon agenda. And I remember yesterday we were talking about many things on sustainability, and digital transformation. And I was struck with the two remarks from our panelists. One is from the Land Bank, I guess, with the barrier what is the greatest barrier in the digital transformation, which is the cost. Land Bank says that the problem is the cost, which I believe is true. That's why we developed this platform. And the other one is from Ralph. Ralph, are you here? That's the narrative of Ralph yesterday, really compassing, and we really touched with that narrative that this platform meetings shouldn't stop here. The things that we're discussing, we have to continue to find possible solutions to be able to help everyone in our communities and for us, our members. And this is one way of helping our members. And as mentioned, we are done with the pilot of this project with 94 respondents from SMEs, from DFIs, commercial banks, microfinance, and cooperatives, which the biggest chunk of the pie comes from the small medium enterprise because they are the one applying for loans to the DFIs. So we have 54 questions in this platform with 270 total points, where 5 is the highest with a question. With environment, social, and governance, as you can see on screen, we have 100 points for environment and social, 85, and governance, 85 points. And divided into percentage, environment has 40%, social governance has both 30%. You may be asking where this questions is coming from. We look at the different framework and standards available, and all the questions are coming from the following standards. We asked the respondents on the opportunities and challenges, and I would like to highlight the 5 top answers from the respondents. First is the risk management. They're looking at this an opportunity with this platform, regulatory compliance, reputation and trust, financial performance, and positive impact. For the challenges, time is running out. The technical team, I was given additional 5 minutes by the host, so do not just cut me, huh? What are the challenges in implementing ESG considerations and credit decisions? And these are the majority of the top answers, responses from our respondents. First is data availability and quality, which I believe is true based on my experience personally in conducting sustainability reporting training. Second is integrating ESG factors into existing credit process or processes, because majority of the respondents, they do have credit process, but majority of them are using manual credit scoring system still. Third is the balancing, to balance financial and non-financial considerations. Fourth, limited expertise and resources. ADFIAP is here to solve that. And regulatory and industry standards evolution, and it was discussed by Dinesh a while ago. It's not a problem because we were able to address those challenges. So this is the platform, and later on, I'm going to give you the QR code where you can try and you can do some self-diagnostic assessment for your institutions. But if I may request to, when I give you the code, please do that and answer that later on during break, but not during the session. Environmental, I'm going to show you one result from the respondents, proficient, and the other one is the basic one. As you can see, this is the environment pillar where there's a respondent. Company A got a proficient level, and these are the key performance indicators that we asked them: the carbon monitoring, environment policy, scope emissions, so on and so forth. So based on the result of the assessment, this is instantly they were able to get this result, and the level of descriptions, scoring legend, and even the sustainability recommendation. And this is true to social pillar, where we ask respondents on the following key performance indicators, like women in the workforce, community engagement, diversity and inclusion, employee age range, human rights, so on and so forth. So this company A got a basic level. And with this governance pillar, we asked the following: conflict of interests and ethical conduct, governance monitoring, transparency, ethical conduct, and governance structure and transparency. So those are the key performance indicators that we ask under the governance pillar, and they got 2.53 rating, and they ranked 57 out of the 94 respondents. If you are going to try this later on, and if you don't want to be recognized, you can just use or fill the blank. Let the name, the institution blank. But if you want to be known and we can assist you, you can just give your name of your institutions. This is the basic one. This is the advanced one. A while ago, what I showed you is the basic. The company A. This company B on ESG, we have two actually from the 94 respondents who happen to be in an advanced level. So as you can see, all the key performance indicators, they are perfect. Climate change, resilience, environmental management, innovation, technology, long-term sustainability, and impact valuation, they are excellent. And under the social pillar, we asked them on the following, and they rated themselves perfect. But still, we have the recommendations to continue. No, do not just stop there. There is still recommendations on what to do. And on the governance pillar, they also rated their company, the institution, as advanced level because they got a perfect score on the following key performance indicators. Do you know who are they? Okay. I know time is up. We have the system, the platform also has the ability to make a comparison between and among the respondents. So we have 94 respondents count, and the average final rating was 2.69. And as you can see down below, average environmental rating 2.67, average social rating 2.72, and average governance rating 2.67. So with on your screen is the result of our the profile of our respondents, where, as mentioned, 2 from the respondents were really advanced, 38 are proficient, 40 are still belong to basic, limited 10, and does not exist, meaning there's nothing at all, 6. And what is advanced? The advanced level exhibits exceptional performance in environmental, social, and governance metrics. Companies with this grade are resilient with their investment and projects positively affecting society. The proficient displays a strong understanding of the core principles of the concept of ESG. The basic shows a foundational understanding of ESG, but may lack comprehensive strategies. The second one is the limited. Companies in this category demonstrate minimal awareness and application of ESG, and the one is does not exist. So, and to be able to experience, as mentioned and as promised, you can just scan the QR code in front of you, but please answer this later during the break, during your free time, not during the session. So thank you so much, and good morning.
Okay, thank you, Secretary General, for addressing the critical role of ESG in credit decisions. Integrating these principles into financial process not only drives innovation, but also aligns development banking with the greater purpose. Your focus on sustainability and resilience in credit underscores the impact that ADFIAP-NET can have on addressing global challenges. We truly appreciate your forward-thinking insights and the vision you've shared with us today. Now for the Secretary General, for the interest of time and interest of lunch, so we're ending our session. So we will forego with the Q&A. So this ends our session. Thank you very much, everyone. Just approach them for any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please kindly remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation. And for that, I would like to invite to please come up on the stage one more time to His Excellency Dr. Kautak, please. So once again, this is the appreciation for all the panelists and also our moderator for this session, related to the topic of navigating the digital landscape at FIAP's strategic fintech initiative for sustainable growth. Once again, we'd like to extend our gratitude. Thank you very much to all the panelists, to Mr. Fernando Pule, Mr. Japitana, Mr. Kartigasan, and also Mr. Florencio, along with our moderator, Mr. Alianza. And after this, gentlemen, could you please have a photo session together? Please kindly take the position for the photo session to all the panelists, including the moderator with Dr. Kautak. Official camera, ready in the center, in the count of 1, 2, 3. One more time, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. May I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all the panelists and also our moderator. Thank you for the insightful session. Thank you very much. And moving on, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, we would like to please everyone to enjoy the networking lunch that we have already prepared for you, still in the XVII restaurant. It's the same as the venue yesterday. And also our team will be able to assist you. Do not hesitate to ask for help as well if you need. And in Indonesia, we would like to say that we have an extra time zone, or waktu Indonesia bagian lapar. It's actually Indonesian hungry time, so now it's time for all of us to enjoy our delicacy buffet that we have already prepared for you. And we are expecting you to be back here at 1:30 p.m. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu, nanti mohon berkenan untuk dapat berkumpul kembali pada pukul 1:30 waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy. As Indonesian said, selamat menikmati. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue our next program for today. So for that, I'd like to request everyone to please kindly join us inside of the ballroom and please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue our next session for today. So for that, once again, we would like to invite everyone to please kindly be seated. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are still in ADFIAP International CEO Forum 17. Before we continue, I know it's injury time because we just finished our lunch, but I want to hear your energy. I want to feel it. May I have a big round of applause for all of us, please? Thank you very much. Very appreciated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier that we are going to continue with our next session for today, and our third plenary session will be discussing about the sustainable futures, the role of impact investment in building resilience infrastructure. And for this session, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator to please come up on the stage, the manager at Climate Policy Initiative, Mrs. Lutfiana Kartika Larasati. Also, we would like to invite the panelists to please come up on the stage. The CEO, Development Bank Sultanate of Oman, ADFIAP board member, Mr. Hussein bin Ali Al-Lawati. The next one is the Public Financing and Project Development Director, PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur Persero, Mr. Faris Pranawa. The Deputy Managing Director, Finance and International Affairs, Bank for Industry and Mine, ADFIAP board member, Dr. Syed Ali Haidari. And who will be joining us, hybrid or online, the Chairman of Management Board, Eurasian Development Bank, Mr. Nikolai Podguzov. Ladies and gentlemen, I will hand it over the session to our moderator. Please welcome Mrs. Kartika Larasati.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you back to the Session 3, Sustainable Futures, the Role for Impact Investment in Building Resilient Infrastructure. Hope you all enjoy your enjoyable lunch and welcome back. Sustainable infrastructure is crucial in achieving multiple SDGs, making it a cornerstone of the global effort to create a more equitable and environmentally sound future. We face increasing challenges from climate change, resource depletion, and rapid urbanization, the need for sustainable infrastructure that minimize environmental impact while maximizing social and economic benefits has never been more urgent. Joined by our distinguished speakers here, we do have 4 speakers joining online from Russia, joining here with us from Indonesia, from Oman and Iran. The session will highlight that building resilient, reducing carbon emissions, and improving quality of life for millions across the regions are paramount importance. Moreover, national development institutions and multilateral financial organizations have a great opportunity to combine resources and coordinate their activities in providing finance and technical assistance for trans-border sustainable infrastructure. Each our speaker here will have about 8 minutes presentations. Then it will be followed by Q&A from the Mentimeter in the Q&A. Without further ado, please join me to welcome the first speaker, Mr. Hussein bin Ali Al-Lawati, CEO Development Bank, Sultanate of Oman, ADFIAP board member. Mr. Lawati will share his experience in supporting resilient infrastructure projects from his country. Please, Mr. Lawati, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Well, initially I got very 7, 8 slides of presentation, was hoping to discuss about so many things which are actually already all of you know and spoke about. So I felt there might not be a necessity of having a lengthy slide, except a single slide where I can share with you one of the most curable and sustainable cities has been just kicked off, being constructed in Oman. I think the sustainability is something, it's a talk of the town, it's a need in the world, in the globe, but it's I think in Oman has just recently kicked off in a full swing. Recently, Oman has announced the net zero emission 2050 initiatives that comes with a lot of projects, with a lot of packages. So I was talking to someone few months back, and he was saying, okay, net 250, it's 250, it's very far. But when I realized for a country like Oman, who has 309,000 square kilometer with hardly 5 million of a population. And it's in one of the, as per the IFC, one of the highest growing economies in the region. And a country who is very largely dependent on oil and gas, where more than 70%, and they're working hard, they need to, of course, to work on the diversification. And that diversification actually requires a lot of infrastructure development. And with that growth mind, with that kind of a growth strategy coming in and basically announcing net zero, I think it's one of the, I would say hats off for the country and for the leadership of the country. I will share with you some of the projects who are already kicked off. I don't want to speak about what's coming up. I will only highlight on the projects which the country is working on as we speak now. Do we have? Yeah, that's my favorite slide. So I'll stick to this slide only. This is my favorite slide. This is the Sultan Haytham city, who's basically was already kicked off during April 2024. This will have more than 20,000 residents, houses, with more than 100,000 population. People will be living in that, and this will be purely 100% with green. I think it's a very, very daring step which the government has taken to build a complete sustainable city within a city where a few years back they were not talking about anything about the sustainability. This city has basically will create thousands of jobs within the country. It will be 100% solar energy utilized. There'll be more than 2,000, I think 2 kilometer plus of a green area in the entire city. And I think that's something, it's incredible. It's very, very, very important milestone we believe that the country is taking forward to that. Some other important projects toward the net zero initiative is basically, there is an ambitious to target more than 40% of the renewable energy by 2040. Now, 40%, it's also, currently we talk about a very, very less, it's a single digit number, moving it to 40% within 2040. It's a very high ambitious, but there is a lot of infrastructure and milestone has already been done so far for moving toward that. And there is a hardcore investment of $49 billion has been put into that as a combination of external funding and on equity from the government. Another milestone is to produce 1 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030, and with a very high ambitious and infrastructure of being the largest exporter of green hydrogen in Middle East by 2050 by producing minimum of 8.5 million ton of green energy. That's one of the steps. We are almost very close to our KPIs as we speak in 2024. I think we have been seeing that 309,000 square kilometer of a land with only 5 million of a population has given us some benefit to designate, and that's official, 50,000 square kilometer designated area only for the renewable energy, and that was announced last year. And I don't know if some of you know that 50,000 square meter, it's equal like more than 25 times of a city like London. So it's a huge investment, huge ambitious, and I'm glad that we are moving forward in a very, very advanced way. Another state-of-art project has already kicked off, which is probably will be one of the largest plant in the world, in the globe, with $3 billion investment in green steel. And I think steel requirement, it's increasing for development countries like Oman and the neighborhood, but And making it a green steel, it's one of the key requirements as far as if you wanted to move to the net zero ambitious. And on the wind energy projects, there $1.2 billion of investment has already been put in place to 5 different locations in Ja'lan, Bani Biu Ali, Duqm, Mahut, Dhafar, and Saada. These are 5 large projects which will contribute to reduces Oman's carbon emissions by 978,000 tons per year. These are the key projects. I'm not sharing what's coming up. There is a lot of announcement done, but I'm only sharing those which are already kicked off and are moving into a full swing. Of course, there is always a challenge which comes in is Oman will be able to sustain putting up all this kind of equity. Funding is a challenge. Funding is a requirement. I would look at it as an opportunity. Members like all of you, you know Oman, you know the ambitious. We will be more than happy to sit and discuss about what kind of a development and investments are required for such kind of projects. I think I'm within time, unless you want me to add something more. Thank you very much for ADFIAP, Your Excellency, and the host for giving us this opportunity to be here. And I should be available here for any questions required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawati, for sharing the experience from the country projects, and it's very incredible milestone given that 100% of solars can create a new jobs to the countries. So our second speaker, we have Mr. Faris Pranawa, Public Financing and Project Development Director, PT Sarana Multi-Infrastructure. Mr. Pranawa will highlight the strategies to accelerate the sustainable infrastructure development. Please, Mr. Pranawa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished panels and moderators, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm honored to be here to share our experience, Indonesia experience, with regards to accelerating infrastructure development in Indonesia. I'll try to address 2 issues which is raised on the TOR, which are why sustainable infrastructures important for economic and environmental considerations, and how impact investment can be structured. My presentations will cover our initiatives in supporting sustainable infrastructures, our achievement for the last 15 years of our establishment, examples of impact in various sectors, project highlights, and lastly, SDG Indonesia 1 as a blended finance instrument or platform to show how impact investment can be structured with example on one climate resilience project. Okay, let us start the journey. As a state-owned entity or government-owned entity, our company was established to bridge financing gaps, enhance project visibility in infrastructure development through many financing instruments. Those mandates ultimately drive the economic growth and resilience of our nations, as sustainable infrastructure development is a foundation to achieve sustainable economic growth, protecting the environment and also build resilience community. Our mission is clear: to accelerate the development of sustainable infrastructure across Indonesia, and by mobilizing both public and private resources, we ensure that these infrastructure projects are impactful, sustainable, and inclusive, also addressing the needs of communities across the country. On this slide, we can see 8 initiatives with regards to our support in sustainable infrastructures, but I'll try to cover not all of them, but some of them. We already have a strong commitment to sustainable infrastructures. Basically, our approach combines specialized financing, innovative partnership, and focus on social and environmental responsibilities. The first initiative that I would like to raise is with regards to the safeguards. Learning from other DFIs and MDBs, many come from this kind of forum. With support from ADB 10 years ago, we established our own safeguards focused on 10 principles of environmental and social aspects. Since all of our projects shall fulfill those 10 principles, these safeguards is the cornerstone of our sustainability operations and enabled us to spearhead the sustainability infrastructure development in Indonesia. We also even help our Financial Service Authority and Ministry of Finance to build their own standards of sustainability. This standard also enable us to be the first accredited entity of Green Climate Fund in Southeast Asia. The second initiative that I would like to raise is about establishment of SDG Indonesia One platform. Based on our experience in dealing with government projects, we understand that one of the key solutions to address market failure is to match development objectives with development funding. And one effective way to achieve that solutions are to develop a platform where impact investors can access sustainable infrastructure projects in our portfolio. And therefore, in 2018, we established SDG Indonesia One to achieve that goals. The assignment or appointment of our institution to be Indonesia Country Platform Manager for Energy Transition Mechanism also follow the above logics. Our CEO and CRO presentation yesterday, I believe, already show that this mechanism may provide solutions, instruments to address the development needs. The third are provisions of municipal financing. In Indonesia, big part of infrastructure financing is a responsibility of subnational government. And therefore, with our product, we are able to support SNGs in order to develop sustainable infrastructure. Next slide. These are our achievements. Basically, this is our achievement basically from multiplier effect point of view. We reached $71 billion project. This is the total project that we already support, and therefore we produce 7.3 times multiplier effect from financing commitment, or 35.7 times multiplier effect to paid up capital. We are also able to provide projects across archipelago. So we try to distribute our project in many parts of Indonesia. With regards to impact, I believe we already cover many of important sectors in Indonesia through its financing and investment instruments. This includes water, oil and gas, transportation, energy, telecommunication, health, and toll roads. We also show in our materials that we help subnational government because subnational government have a limitation to access funding, and they are really dependent to intergovernmental transfers. So up to this day, I believe we already support 20% of our subnational government to support on their infrastructure project, and therefore we are able to help them providing services to the people, to Indonesian public. Lastly, I just want to show one of the blended finance instruments that we are able to establish. As I mentioned earlier, we established this platform in 2018, and we are able to obtain 3.15 billion commitment from our partners. Up to these days, there are 37 partners, and we are able to deliver 121 projects and 94 activities. Lastly, our commitment to sustainable infrastructure development is evident through our various projects. And we believe by leveraging innovative financing mechanism and strong partnership, we are driving economic growth and improving the quality of life for millions of Indonesians. As we move forward, we remain dedicated to deliver impactful projects that contribute to sustainable future of our nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pranawa, for your insightful presentations. Here we highlight that bridge the financing gap is very important, so that's why we need the public and private collaborations. And now we will welcome our third speaker joining online. Joining online from Kazakhstan is Mr. Nikolai Podguzov, Chairman of the Management Board, Eurasian Development Bank, who will highlight the importance of joint collaborations and collaborations among the countries and DFIs. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for letting me speak at ADFIAP International CEO Forum. It is a great honor to speak today and to share my thoughts on sustainable development. First of all, I would like to thank organizers and hosts for the invitation, especially PT Sarana Multi-Infrastructure, leading DFI in Republic of Indonesia. Also, I would like to thank the ADFIAP board for providing a vital platform to address the challenges facing Asia and Pacific region, engage diverse stakeholders, disseminate knowledge, and promote sustainability. Asia and the Pacific needs sustainable growth and reliable infrastructure. That relates also to full extent to Central Asia, which is Eurasian Development Bank home region. It is important to address global challenges in ways relevant to the local context. And in this regard, I use the term glocalization to describe our approach. What do I mean by that? When addressing global challenges at the regional level, it is crucial to take into account unique regional features, needs and constraints of the region. For example, Central Asia shares many challenges with other regions. At the same time, efficient response to these challenges should be region-specific. The global challenge of sustainable economic growth is practically relevant for Central Asia, but the regional goal is to achieve not only sustainable, but also rapid growth. It is needed to shorten the income gap with rich countries. The second challenge is connectivity. Central Asia is a region where 5 out of 5 countries are landlocked. Better connectivity will help transform landlocked countries into land-linked countries. EDB promotes the concept of Eurasian transport network. The idea is that east-west and north-south transport corridors should complement each other. The synergies between them could yield up to 40% of additional traffic. The third challenge is access to water. The region currently loses 40% of its irrigation water and more than 50% of drinking water. Modernizing irrigation systems and implementing water-saving technologies are key. Addressing all these challenges requires deep knowledge of the region, unique project expertise, substantial capital investments, and cooperation. According to our strategy for 2022-2026, the EDB intends to strengthen its role in Central Asia. We provide about $2 billion yearly of sustainable development project finance. In 2023, the share of the EDB in total non-sovereign IFI financing in Central Asia amounted to 34%. EDB structures and finances a number of key large-scale investment projects in such areas as Eurasian Transportation Framework, Central Asian energy and water, and food security. These activities will help solve the region's structural challenges. To sum up, the EDB strategy is fully aligned with the regional DFI agenda. It provides plenty of ground for cooperation with DFI for our mutual benefit. Here, the whole group of development financial institutions comes into play. Should we cooperate and why? To put it simply, my position is the following. Cooperation among DFIs is needed, and there is no alternative to it. The sustainable future in Asia and Pacific requires constructing large infrastructure projects, hydropower plants, roads, other different plans. Not a single financial institution would finance a multi-billion project alone. Development institutions should jointly mobilize financial resources for such projects. In general, I see 7 promising areas in cooperation. First of all, this is cooperation in mobilizing capital to share the burden of large development projects. Cooperation in capital markets is important to raise funds more effectively. Cooperation in promoting local currency financing is needed to reduce risk of our member states. Joint project expertise is vital to share what we do best. Joint research projects to open new horizons for cooperation and to combine knowledge. Joint or coordinated technical assistance is necessary to kick off new projects, and jointly implementing cross-border projects. This is an area where it is impossible not to cooperate. Eurasian Development Bank is keen to cooperate with other DFIs. We would be happy to advance our cooperation with all ADFIAP members active in Central Asia. Thank you once again for possibility to speak at today's conference, and I wish everybody good lunch, good day, and we are open for cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Potguzov, for your presentations. I'm really intrigued by his statement saying about the localizations and also the regional goal. And we see that there is an important stuff to highlight that the national development institutions and multilateral financial organizations play an important part in achieving SDGs on not only national level, but also at the regional levels. So lastly, I would like to invite our fourth speaker, Dr. Syed Ali Haidari, Deputy Managing Director, Finance and International Affairs Bank for Industry and Mine, Iran, ADFIAP board member. Let me invite Mr. Haidari, who will highlight the role of impact investment in building resilient infrastructure to the stage. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I can finish my presentation over 8 minutes. I'm not sure it is possible, but do my best. First, I want to share with you one main finding of recent survey which published by World Economic Forum at the first of this year, 2024. Here you can see that they rank the main risk over the 2 next years and 10 next years as a short-term and long-term risk. What is interesting here, at least in my mind, is that for the short term, you see that extreme weather events rank as the second one. But for the long term, this risk, additional 3 other risks, all of them related to the climate change, shortage of natural resources, and ecosystem problems, are ranked as a top 4 risk. It is so important that and can give us our future guideline, which is at the continuum of my presentation, the main plan that I focus on them and want to share with you about what our bank supported of them, which is desalination plants, is related to this part. Also want to share another general issue. I think everybody know that about the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, which again approved in 2015 in Brazil. I believe again that 4 parts of these categories, 17 categories related to our panel topic, which is sustainable, resilient infrastructure. SDG number 6, clean water and sanitation. Clean water, again, related to desalination plants that our bank in my country supported them. We'll explain them. SDG number 6, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. SDG number 11, sustainable cities and communities. SDG number 13, climate action. I mean, all of these 4 categories among 17 categories that approved as SDGs, they especially can help to have a resilient infrastructure. So here arises in our mind a question that for achieving resilient, sustainable resilient infrastructure, with the attention to those 4 categories needed. What is needed for achieving that? I think impact investment is the answer, as other people, who are working in this part believe to that. What does mean impact investment? It seems that where we can provide both the benefits of financial returns for the private sector and community benefits, social benefit, as the concerns of public sector, we can say that we achieve to impact investment. Finally, we believe that our bank, Bank of Industry and Mine, which called BIM, in my country is working in this part. I mean, BIM is bridging between financial returns from private sector side and also social benefits from public sector side. What is the reason of this opinion? Respect to the time, I just provide 2 factors for you. It is first factor you see here. For example, when you see, we have a so important ratio in the banking system called loan-to-deposit ratio. It is important for all banks, either commercial bank and development bank, but I think more important for development bank, respect to all challenges that nowadays every DFIs are faced with the shortage of funds. You see here, those are the first bank or other development bank in my country, that this ratio for them utmost is 200%, while it is for this ratio is for my bank around 550%. It is so high. It means that our deposit in equivalent of euro is 2 billion euro, while our provided loan is 11 billion euro. You know, this, the suitable ratio for commercial bank is under 100%, and for development bank usually recommended almost 200%. Because the limitation of the time, I can continue discussion here, but we can talk more about this ratio and what happened for BIM. We believe because impact investment need more money, a huge amount of loan to pay for the bigger project, large size projects. So it was inevitable for us as the most important development bank in my country spend our funds there. This is another factor, shows that the special plans that supported by BIM. The first row shows our supports from power plants with the capacity of 9,000 megawatt over the last 10 years, with the amount of supporting of 1 billion euro. And second row shows our support from the desalination plan. That plan, at the continue, I will explain more about them. We run 3 big desalination plants with the investment expenditure 300 million euro, which provided the capacity of 300,000 cubic meter per day, sweet water for the people. I'm worried about the time. Skip this while. I wanted to explain why we need the sweet water. Anyway, there are some reasons, especially there are all studies, published studies show that by 2040, we will face with the water stress, water tensions. Somewhere it is started, actually. This slide shows the current capacity of sweet water. That half part of this chart located the current capacity for desalination in the Middle East and North Africa. So I believe that it is an opportunity for investors to think about their new opportunity investment in these places. But anyway, about 3 big desalination plants which are supported by BIM in my country. Let me say some of the indexes of these plants. The capacity, each desalination plant is around 200,000 cubic meter per day. The financial method, it is important. It was project finance under the framework BOO tender. BOO, you know, that means buy, operation, and own. The financial resources, most part provided by National Development Bank of Iran. The role of our bank was as an agent bank. This is the reason that you saw that big gap about their loan to deposit ratios. Somewhere we act as the agent bank. Capital expenses for each project was around $130 million. Technology, you can see here, or equipment supplier. But again, this is important, that we could provide our equipment, needed equipment from the abroad. So modern technology. Or about the job creation. You see here that over the construction period, around 500 workforce were applied, while over their operation period, it is predicted 220% will work there. And the role of the public sector, sorry, my time is past, just a little remain. I try to finish. You can see the photo of a build project. beside the Persian Gulf, in the front of the project, there is a Persian Gulf. Three pictures of three plants. Let me finish my presentation with two remaining slides. First, what's the benefit and advantages for the investors of the project? The project themselves, how can help the country? We believe that, you know, when we build the desalination plants, don't use the current sweetwater resources. Keep them safe for next generation, maybe. Use of sea waters, ocean waters. Or this project considered as the sustainable development. They help for having sustainable development. Or they provided not only drinking water, sweet water for the cities around these factories, but also for cities in other part of the country. Maybe I explain at the continue of the panel. Or a framework. You know, every project which run is a real exercise for the investors. So could familiar us with the new processes and learn for us about the new framework, that there are the ways to achieve impact investment. Or collaboration between the public sector and private sector, or over the construction period and operation period of the project, we could have a skilled person. And finally, importing new technologies, actually new technologies for this plan and other probable plan to the country, which is happened actually for this desalination plan in my country. And on the other hand, what's the contribution of the BIM as a DFI over running these projects? We believe that we could provide professional assessment for this project. We have a good department for the appraising investment project in all parts. Respect to result of those project studies, we approve either enter to that project or not, which thankfully for these three destination plans, the answer was positive, and we enter to this discussion, to these projects. Or financing this project from our resources. Additional to that, help to provide other resources. As happened for this project, we use of National Development Fund of Iran resources, huge amount, around 400 million euro. Advisory and risk assessment. You know, either over the financing period of a project, I mean construction stage, grace stage, and repayment stage. Usually in my country, takes long 3 to 5 years. Over this time, it's a big time. So we need to monitor on the project, give them our advisory, because we run a similar project, we know something, we are experienced about them, so we try to monitor them and give our feedback to them, not allow to go a wrong way. Thankfully, it was happen for this three project. Because time is past, just it is a chart that I myself designed it, respect to all of what things that shortly I explained for you here. I believe that DFIs simultaneously at least engage with 6 parts. A main contractor, the investor, internal investor, applicant, the authorities, local authorities, usually the number 6 below left.
usually local authorities has their, their own idea, their own restriction, their own concerns. And with the correspondent parties in abroad, imagine when we want to open an LC. When you want to open an LC, there are sometimes complicated issues happen, so you as a DFI should solve them. And we can talk more about this chart. And we believe that BIM is working in this part, and use of all its commitment and capability to do a big project, to achieve impact investment, which is a way to achieve a sustainable, resilient infrastructure. Sorry, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Haidari, for your presentations. Since Mr. Haidari presentation highlighting about the impact investment, may I also quote the data from World Economic Forum, sir? So the latest data, the infrastructure investment gap remains significant, estimated at $15 trillion by 2040. So we really understand that traditional public funding and official development assistance alone aren't sufficient to meet these needs. That's why we present both opportunities and challenges for all the countries, the ADFIAP member countries as well, to tailor impact investment strategies to meet their needs. Thank you so much for your presentations to all speakers. I believe your sessions are very insightful. And since we also highlight about the importance of collaborations between the public and private sector financing, let me pull up the polling questions. Okay, so this is the polling questions. So if I may ask the help from the audience to also see, scan this barcode. There is questions that will be asked about your opinion. Whether should private companies be held more accountable for investing in sustainable infrastructure? All right, we're gonna wait for another 5 seconds. All right, so I guess everyone in the room, most of everyone in the room saying yes, that private companies should be more accountable for investing in sustainable infrastructure. And the second polling questions is, what is your organization's top priority in sustainable infrastructure development? So this is no right or wrong questions. So you just can answer either renewable energy projects, green building technologies, sustainable transportation systems, water and waste management, or others. All right, so I think it seems most of the organizations here focusing more on the renewable energy projects. We also see some also choose others. So maybe we can open the discussions with the speakers as well. What are the others key priorities for sustainable infrastructure development? And surprisingly, I haven't seen any organizations choose for sustainable transportation systems. All right, let's open our discussions with our speakers. I'll join the speakers. First of all, thank you so much for the audience joining our polling. We also received the questions from the audience, all the speakers. So here, the first questions, because I find it very interesting, while especially in Southeast Asian countries, that most of countries now talking about the EVs, the battery, the sustainable infrastructure for the charging, for instance. But then still, we see in the polling that sustainable transportations haven't really a focus of the investment. So let me pull out the questions from the audience. The first questions, I think this is relevant to all speakers. The first one is, why is sustainable infrastructure critical to the economic development and our environment? And how can impact investments be structured to prioritize resilience in infrastructure projects? I will invite, is Mr. Podguzov still with us?
Yep.
All right, let me invite.
Here.
Yes, sir. So let me invite you first to address these questions from the audience.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to members of the board of ADFIAP for approving me as a member of the board. For me, it's a big honor and big responsibility, and I'll do my best to push ADFIAP agenda and to work effectively as a member of the board of ADFIAP. Thank you. And let me answer the question. Infrastructure is a central element of sustainable development agenda and influences the achievement of virtually all of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, to build up an infrastructure, the build-up of infrastructure can lead to negative environmental and social impacts. Infrastructure itself is becoming increasingly vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, sustainable infrastructure should be first implemented using technical solutions and mechanisms to reduce ESG risks. It should also have greater resilience to natural or man-made disasters and the potential for rapid recovery, as well as reduced emissions and improve energy efficiency. New approaches to structuring infrastructure projects with a focus on their sustainability should include social and environmental efficiency and an assessment of its measurable positive impact on the achievement of SDG targets. In building its project portfolio, the Eurasian Development Bank is guided by the target effects of sustainable development. Each project undergoes an expert review for carbon footprint and social effects from its implementation. And I believe with our support, with support of MDBs, we are the only institutions which can effectively create, to do pre-project work and to execute big infrastructure projects in our regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Podguzov, for your answer. Thank you very much for your answer. And may I also invite someone from the panel here to answer the questions?
Do you have? Yeah.
Yes, of course.
You know, for first part of the question, yes, sure, should be. You know, especially nowadays with risk that I mentioned from the World Economic Forum, other studies that we are facing with the changes, different changes, especially in climate. Imagine we build a factory somewhere in the country and a flood happened there and caused that factory destroyed. This is happened in reality, different places all over the world. So when we call a project resilient infrastructure, means that it is resilient against the flood, against the storm, against any natural and artificial or other attacks maybe happen against the plans. But about the second part of the question, we can talk more about them. Yes, again, certainly should be a structure. We need to use different framework, different structures. I think it is inevitable nowadays because there are different reasons. As can now remember and explain here respect to the short time that we have here. For example, the resources of public sector is decreasing, while there are some private investors that have enough money. So it is inevitable that we join to each other, use the same framework like private-public partnership and so on. Or, you know, other different projects that need to be used, to use new frameworks. For example, because that we have blended finance nowadays. Because the time I'm worried, maybe explain more in next time about the blended finance.
Sure, thank you so much. Over to you, Pak Pranao, if you want to ask. Yes, Pak.
May I add? It's more basic, but I believe sustainable infrastructure from the economics point of view will provide long-term cost savings, and also it creates jobs. So it will add economic resilience for the countries or the area that build the sustainable infrastructures. Many times we see that sustainable infrastructures often requires higher initial investment, but in the long term we believe from operation and maintenance aspect it will produce more cost efficient results. Job creation, of course, it's also addressing the needs, especially in Indonesia. Infrastructure projects, say in pandemic and COVID, we also provide loan for subnational government, and therefore it can create jobs and acting as a counter cyclical measure for economic development. And I would also to address that sustainable infrastructure will also address risks that raise nowadays, which is climate change. While if we invest through sustainable principles, it will also address those issues and overall will create positive economic development. While on the second question, how to structure, I believe first we have to have the same objective, which is related to the development objectives. And the second, you have to collaborate with all parties related with the same objective, and then we share the risk, we diversify the risk, combining public or philanthropic funds with private funds. And therefore the risk could be the risk, and therefore private investor could also join this effort to build sustainable infrastructure. That's 2 points that I would like to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Pranawa. I think this is also bring us to the second question that we received from the Mentimeter, and this is for Mr. Hussein. So because Mr. Pranawa mentioning about the collaborations of the public and private, now the second question is how can DFIs collaborate with private investors to mobilize capital for resilient infrastructure projects?
Thank you for that question. I think ADFIAP itself, it's one of the best platforms for any DFIs to do. I was just talking to someone just a couple of hours ago that's about the green energy. And someone is coming from a country who imports green energy, where we are one of the countries who are producing that kind of a green energy. And the cause is same. It's an impact investment from that side. So development funds and financial institutions are usually have the access to a lot of investors or financial institutions within the globe, for providing the right investment with the same cause and the same purpose. And one thing which we are doing as in the development bank, as we are in the process of being accredited with GCF. So that would make us one of the sources who bring in the right equity grants and the funds, which are very much required for the master and the large infrastructure projects in Oman, because Oman has been identified and it's analyzed that the temperature in Oman by 2030 will be increasing probably by 1.5 degrees. That will make the energy requirement will be much more than that. So I think DFIs have that kind of a role to bring in. And I think if my information goes right, that such kind of funds like GCF, I'm giving an example, they always prefer that DFIs to be the entities who are accredited, considering that the mandate and the cause is the same. And most of the DFIs comes under the umbrella of the government. So that gives it a better control, better commitment, better basically achievement of what exactly those funds are to be. Many examples are there, but I think those are there. And of course, these funds, when will be coming in, they will not be coming in only for the government projects. These funds are becoming to also support and incentivize the private sector to come in and invest in such kind of infrastructure projects, especially when the repayment tenors and the cost of funds are a bit of on a special cases. The repayment terms are longer than the normal funding programs are available, and the cost of borrowing are cheaper than the standard cost of fund, which will be one of the motive and incentives to these investors and private companies to come in and do the infrastructure in these projects.
All right, thank you so much for emphasizing about the blending of various instruments of financing and also the source of finance, whether it is from the public, from the government, and also from the private. And let's go to the next questions. The next question is very relevant to what you just mentioned, Mr. Lawati. The question is, why are blended finance vehicles a promising tool to scale up investments in resilient infrastructure? So I would like to address these questions to Mr. Pranawa and Mr. Haidari as well. Over to you, Pak.
Thank you. We see blended finance is very powerful mechanism for scaling up because it's combinations of public, private, and philanthropists or other institutions where they can address financial barriers, de-risk the project, align stakeholders' interests, and lastly, the most important is focus on the development outcomes. It's not only enhance the feasibility of the project, but also sustainability of the infrastructure project itself and build resilience. One of the examples that I would like to raise is many times we see in blended finance there are new innovations, and those innovations can be replicated in other projects. So we believe blended finance really have high potential to scale up investment on infrastructure and also development objectives. Thank you.
Let me give the answer to this question via an example, real example, which is related to the desalination plants I explained for you in my presentation. That we believe this project is a blended project, blended financing project. The shareholder, I'm sorry at the first, maybe it will be complicated for you as respect to this short time. I want to explain this complex project, but let's see. There are two shareholders of one of these desalination plants, which built in the southern area of my country, beside the Persian Gulf. Those two shareholders considered as the big manufacturing companies who are active in copper and steel. Their production is copper and steel in the center of Iran, close to the mineral resources needed for the copper and steel. they were thinking with respect to shortage of water, sweet water. We needed sweet water for both parties, for citizens, for industry, and for agricultural needs. They are facing with shortage of sweet water. So there were two alternatives. First, stop their activities in the center of the country and transfer their factories beside the Persian Gulf, which is close and to their desalination plants. Here, at least we have two huge effects. First, more probably, these steel and copper factories with their production damage the sea. Another thing, they are far from, if they move to beside the sea, they are so far from the center of Iran, and far from their resources, mineral resources. So, and another alternative was that try to transfer the sweet water from the beside Persian Gulf, from these desalination plants, 3 big desalination plants, to the center of the city. There were some benefits. The main benefit was that additional to the sweet water that they provided for the industry, they could provide it also for agricultural and citizens who are living in the cities located in the desert area. So finally, they decided to do the second alternative, transfer the sweet water from this desalination plant to the center of Iran. What I am mentioning is 800 kilometers. They should use huge pipelines for transferring sweet water. These pipelines, their diameters is at least 2 meters. And for 800 kilometers should pass different cities, different highways, different cities, different mountain, big mountain, to arrive center of the city and close to these factories. So finally, they decided to do it. These shareholders of one of those desalination plant joined to that desalination plant, that company, which was their subordinate company, established a new company and start to study this project, transferring water, sweet water from beside the Persian Gulf to the southern part, to the center part of the country. It is first part of a complicated framework. We called it some part of blended finance. Another part related to the resources, fund resources that this huge project need. It wasn't possible that just one bank or two banks join to the project and support of them, finance them. So they established again a syndicate of 10 banks. They gathered money, and together these 10 banks support of this project. Other aspect of blended finance. This project is under the construction, and we are hopeful that over the next year or almost to next year will be operated. Sorry.
Thank you so much. So I think all the speakers are really highlighting the important aspects of this impact investment for sustainable infrastructure. For instance, Mr. Podguzov highlighting the joint collaborations are important for us to really accelerating mobilizations of finance. And then Mr. Pranawa also mentioning about the regional finance, the municipal financing that needs to be also deployed in regional level, so it helps the national to also achieve their target. And then Mr. Lawati mentioning about the commitment from the countries and then how the countries really walk the talk. The commitments, for instance, your presentations lay out all the key projects in the countries which really impactful to the resilience of the infrastructure. And also Mr. Haidari explaining about the impact. So all the efforts and also the financing, it needs to be targeted to ensure that we target which one is the most impactful for us to really maintain the resilience of the infrastructure. Thank you so much for all the speakers, and we are very grateful that you shared your expertise and your insights are indeed informative and inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now we would like to request Mr. Faris Pranawa to please hand it over the token of appreciation to other panelists and also moderator. Please kindly be upstanding. Thank you very much. And also in the end of the session, we will have the photo session together along with Mr. Nikolai Podguzov. Once again, we would like to say thank you very much to all the panelists for the insightful session. And also, we would like to extend our gratitude. Thank you very much to our moderator as well. And now we are inviting all the panelists along with the moderator and also Mr. Nikolai, who is joining us online, to have a photo session together. Please kindly take the position. Mr. Nikolai Podguzov, we are going to have a photo session together. You are now on the screen, of course, we can see you from here. Official camera ready? In the count of 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. May I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much to all the speakers who are joining us here and also online. Thank you very much. Also, thank you to our moderator. And you may please return to your seat. Thank you. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have started today's discussion by discussing about various topics related to the navigating the digital landscape, ADFIAP strategic fintech initiative for sustainable growth. And also we have the topic of sustainable futures, the role of impact investment in building resilience infrastructure. And also, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we are going to have the next sessions of the day. But before that, we would like to remind you once again, through all the session, we are going to have the polling by scanning the Mentimeters that we have already prepared for you on the screen. And also, if you have the questions during the session, please kindly scan the barcode for the Mentimeters. Thank you. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to continue with the next sessions of the day because we still have some of the session. And before that, we would like to inform you as well that today, please don't go anywhere because in the end of our session, we are going to take everyone to experience angklung session. We are going to play the Indonesian traditional music instrument together. So I hope that everyone are still excited to try our session because angklung is our traditional musical instrument from West Java and recognized as the Indonesian national cultural heritage and crafted from bamboo. And also it is produced sounds when you shaking it and it's creating a unique and also resonant tone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we experience to play angklung together, now we are going to moving on to our next session for today. We are going to discuss about the topic of ensuring universal water access and sanitation, strategies for sustainable development. And for this session, I would like to invite, without further ado, our moderator to please come up on the stage, the CEO, Small Business Corp Agriculture Station, Mr. Robert Bastillo. Along with our panelists, we would like to invite the founder and president, ASCI Group of Companies, Mr. Rolando Victoria. And also the next speaker will be the head of division Public Financing 3, PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur Persero, Mr. Adri Asmoro Laksono Pusoro. And also we have the Deputy Director for Water and Sanitation, Kiat Australia. Please welcome Mr. Benjamin Smith. And the last one but not least, ladies and gentlemen, our panelist is the Chairman, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, Mr. Shaji Kefi. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand it over the session to our moderator, please.
Good afternoon and welcome to the last session of the day and the last session of this CEO Forum. And believe me, this is the most exciting session of all because if we just stay for 1 hour and 15 minutes more, we could heave a collective sigh of relief afterwards and enjoy ourselves. The title of this session is Ensuring Universal Water Access and Sanitation, Strategies for Sustainable Development. This is about the Sustainable Development Goal number 6. And to start off the session, I'd like to quote a few statistics from the United Nations that says that 2.2 billion people still lack access to safely managed water supply, and about 1.5 billion of these are in the Asia-Pacific region. And that 3.6 billion people do not have access to safely managed sanitation facilities, and that close to 500 million people still practice open defecation, and that thousands of children die every day of diseases related to unsafe water, and that as much as 17 million women give birth under unsanitary conditions every year because of lack of access to safe water and sanitation. So the task is daunting, the figures are staggering, and the United Nations say that in order to achieve universal access to clean water and sanitation by 2030, we have to quadruple our efforts. Now that statement was made some years ago, and probably we need more than 4 times the current effort if we are to ensure or achieve the target for 2030. And this afternoon, we'd like to be inspired by models, successful initiatives, and experiences of development financing institutions from the Philippines, from Indonesia, and from India. And that let's listen carefully because we'd like to pick up models that we could replicate in order for us to bring the world closer to the achievement of SDG goal number 6. So without much further ado, I'd like to call on the first speaker on the topic this afternoon, Mr. Rolando Victoria, the founder and president of the ASCII Group of Companies in the Philippines. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, friends in the field of development, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At the outset, we'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to ADFIAP for inviting us to this year's CEO Forum. I also want to thank our gracious hosts for the warm hospitality here in the beautiful island of Bali. It's a privilege to be here today to network with like-minded organizations and to share with you ASCII's experience in implementing water, sanitation, and hygiene programs in central and northern Philippines. Please allow me to begin my presentation with a brief background of ASCII. ASCII was established in October of 1986 during a time of social and political change in the Philippines. Following the EDSA People Power Revolution, it was founded by the group of Christian businessman leaders from Nueva Ecija as a response to the widespread poverty and unemployment during that period. On March 23, 1987, ASCII was officially registered as a non-stock, non-profit development organization. Over the years, ASCII expanded its services and became a member of various local and international organizations and continuously evolving to meet the needs of its clients and communities. ASCII created different products and services depending on the needs of its members and the communities. We introduced a lot of programs for farmers, overseas Filipino workers, great innovations on technology, and even renewable energy, among others. On safe water sanitation and hygiene, it was already mentioned on the statistics, and I won't go over those statistics anymore. I'll go direct on our experience in the Philippines. In the Philippines, data from 2022 Annual Poverty Indicator Survey gives us a clearer picture of where we stand in terms of WAS program. Majority of families had an improved source of drinking water. About 4 out of 5 of 26.94 million Filipino families had a basic sanitation service level. 9 in every 10 families had a hand-washing facilities. While these numbers are promising, challenges still remain in ensuring equitable access to clean water sanitation across all regions. WAS program in Central and Northern Luzon, where we operate. Focusing on the Central and Northern Luzon, where we operate, Central and Cagayan Bali rank among the top regions in the Philippines to have an access improved drinking water facilities. WAS in Central and Northern Luzon in terms of sanitation, Central Luzon and Cagayan Bali are also among the leading regions, while for hand-washing facilities, Central Luzon is on top of the region with 96.1% of the families having access to basic hand-washing infrastructure. These regions exemplify what can be achieved when we work together to prioritize WAS services. In 2014, ASCII became one of the pioneer microfinance institutions to partner with Water.org Philippines to implement water sanitation and hygiene program. The project aims to provide safe drinking water to ASCII clients, reduce waterborne diseases in the communities we serve, help clients build or improve sanitation facilities, raise health awareness through community education, engage public and private sector partners to ensure sustainable water and sanitation facilities for communities. Our WAS programs supports water construction, connection, and filters, as well as sanitation, construction, and improvements. Clients can borrow up to $1,700 or equivalent to 100,000 pesos with flexible repayment rates, with flexible repayment terms ranging from 6 months to 36 months, with 10% savings or capital buildup, and all the programs are covered with micro insurance, life, and credit insurance. They became members of the ASCII Mutual Benefit Association, where you have the clients themselves and the families covered by the micro insurance. What's the impact? With the 3 phases of WAS programs implementation from 2014 to 2022, in partnership with Water.org and implementing across 92 ASCII offices, we disbursed 26,436 loans totaling to $8.9 million, benefiting 124,440 individuals. We were able to work also with 5 water service providers in the different municipalities. As of September 2024, the program has financed 31,397 loans amounting to $11.2 million. These figures reflect our modest contribution in improving health outcomes and community well-being. What are the joys and challenges? Some of the key successes that we experience include a strong partnership with private and government agencies, buy-in from the management and implementers, increased health awareness and improved outcomes, empowered communities, and positive environmental impacts, massive information and awareness campaign, and recognition both from local and international body. There are also a lot of challenges. One is limited access to funding, whether loans or grants. It's so hard to convince some creditors that they can also fund water and sanitation program. What they always want to see is livelihood or enterprise to be funded. Number 2, lack of government incentives for financial institutions implementing WASP program. Number 3, during the COVID pandemic, which caused delays and health concerns, a lot of lockdowns in areas where we operate. And last is ensuring clients and builders adhere to quality and safety standards. What we did is also we trained our construction workers on so that we can have a resilient program when they do the construction. Moving forward, we hope to continue mainstream the WASP loan programs in all ASCII's area of operation, provided that we hope that we can convince other creditors, other partners of us to provide also funding for WASP program. So we'd like to also to initiate partnership that it's not only on WASP, but it should be with the resilient housing program that we are implementing right now. So for now, this is for you. Thank you, and we hope to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Victoria. It's interesting to note that ASCII chose to intervene largely at the tail end of the distribution spectrum. And we note that even if water supply systems are in place and distribution systems are in place, it is not automatic that households and micro-businesses are connected. And that's where they provide loans, microloans, so that they can be connected to the system for deposits and meter expenses and things like those. And that's how they have contributed a lot to access. Now, and therefore, it's not all about big impact investments, actually. But the next speaker will talk precisely about big ticket investments and other interventions, the whole spectrum of them, to ensure that water supply is available. So may I call on Mr. Adri Asmoro Lacsono Poisoro? Did I say that correctly? The head of Public Financing Division 3 of PT Sarana Multi-Infrastruktur, PTSMI. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests. For my presentations, basically, I would like to provide a little bit of a background on how Indonesia tried to achieve the national target on water sectors. I don't provide information on sanitations. Just want to give you a little bit on staggering numbers on sanitations before I move on to waters. in Jakarta, only 2% out of the 10 million inhabitants integrate to the wastewater treatment plants. So just want to give you a little bit of sense why I don't provide the information on sanitation here. So on waters, basically this slide provides an overview of how Indonesia achieved its targets on proper drinking waters, pipe drinking water, and safe drinking waters. On pipe drinking waters, surprisingly, the target is only 30.45%. The middle column, basically the national target for 2024. Up to now, we only been able to achieve around 20%. But don't worry. I mean, this area is already covered by pipe water, so I mean you're in good hands. But overall, even in this province, provincial Bali, the pipe water connections in terms of coverage is only less than 50%. So this is a very big issue here in Indonesia. Funding, yes, funding is one of the issues, but funding is not the sole issues. There are other kind of issues. One is the commitment of the local government. Why? Because water sectors is basically the responsibility of the local governments, similar to other countries in other Asia Pacific regions. Second, their ability to prepare a bankable projects. So this is one of the issues. Another issue is basically how they would like to access alternative financings like borrowing, PPP, and others. Just on the graph on the right down side, it's basically try to provide some examples that here in Indonesia, almost all local governments, municipalities, they still rely heavily on transfers for these specific sectors. Why? Because it's zero money. If they access financings, there's a fee that they need to burn. Next slide basically try to summarize our current conditions. Even with a lot of interventions from the governments, the central governments, in terms of guarantee, interest subsidies, try to engage in PPP type of projects, most of municipality, as well as the water utilities, they still rely heavily on transfers. See here, the composition is around almost 70% out of to 30%. This is very staggering. We at PTSMI, we try as much as possible, try to help the governments to achieve the targets. What we can do, the next slide. First, we work with the governments basically to ensure that WASH stands for Water and Sanitation and Hygiene, WRM, Waste Resource Management. We help them together try to ensure that this project will still become a priority to achieve the SDG as well as on the medium term of the governments. Second, what we call it the funding synergies. As you can see, public funds going to local governments, mostly in terms of intergovernmental transfers or grants. We, as a development financing institutions, we try to link with the government transfers. Rather than as a substitute, we would like to be a complement to the government programs, basically to have more impact down the road. Third, credit enhancement facility. The government has credit guarantee. We, as PTSMI, we also working very hard on the blended financing strategy, make sure that the project is feasible. We're providing grant, we're providing investment grant, so on and so forth. And fourth, basically together with the central government, currently we're working on how to come up with some kind of a methodology to prioritize projects, to prioritize local government as well as municipality based on their needs. On the right-hand side, basically, this is the product. This is the interventions that we provide. One project development facility. On the previous presentations, we work with 37 partners. one of them is Kiat from Australia. Pak Ben will present later on. We have other, we have KfW, we have MDBs, we have IFD, we have EU. So we work together on this specific sector. Why? Because at some point this sector is been neglected for quite some time. So that's why we kind of like focus on the sector for the next 5 years. Second, capacity building. We work together with donors, with the government to provide capacity building to local governments. Third, financings. Starting last year, we come up with an array of financing instruments. We provide to commercial entities, we provide to public entities, we differentiate our products. And fourth, impact assessment. So going forward, we not only care about channeling our funds, but also on how to conduct full assessment on the impact that we provided to the local government or local government enterprises. Right? So for every penny, basically, we calculate the impact of it. The economic impact, social, and also environmental. This is instruments that we have, end-to-end solutions. We have commercial financings. We provide lending to commercial entity, public financings to local governments. Just want to give you a little bit of sense. Starting last year, we're not only providing loan to municipal government, but also to municipal-owned enterprises. Our client, local government clients, subnational government client, municipality clients is around 100 SNGs. Here in Indonesia, we have 548 local governments, comprises of a provincial government as well as municipalities, and also project development facility. So we are very keen to support local government and also water utility on this aspect. We coordinate, we collaborate with the government as well as with donors. This is just want to give you a sense of a structure of our commercial arms. Basically, we provide financing to implementing business entity. Sometimes they on land to the final borrowers. Sometimes they put equity investments or collaborate through the build, operate, operating, and maintenance, and transfer, sorry. This is on the municipal loan scheme. As our CEO mentions yesterday that we will be a full-fledged DFI that focus on public financings. This is something that we try to do more or push more in the futures. Currently we have one product called the project financings, but going forward we also will provide other type of products. This is kind of like a clustering strategy for water utility. I will fast here because the time is up. Basically, we will try as much as possible to link our product to the governments as well as to the donors. This is the last slide, basically for water utilities, because we not also care about the financing, but we also care about the impact or outcome. We have what we call the sustainability link loan, that if the client, in this case water utility, they've been able to achieve some target during the tenure of the loan, we will provide interest rate subsidy or interest rate decreases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adri, for beating the time. Exactly. Key takeaways, working very closely with state governments, which are the real implementers, supplementing public national government funds through various forms of blended finance, including commercial financing, capacity building, and impact assessment. Okay, thank you very much. And initiatives of states and national governments at achieving water access to universal access to water and sanitation are enhanced by partnerships and collaborations with international development institutions. And we'd like to learn from the experience of the Indonesia-Australia Partnership for Infrastructure from Mr. Benjamin Smith, the Deputy Director for Water and Sanitation of the project. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. So my name is Ben. I'm from the Australia-Indonesia Partnership for Infrastructure, which is an international development program being delivered on behalf of the Australian government. And its objectives are to provide infrastructure advisory services to our Government of Indonesia stakeholders across a number of infrastructure areas and themes, including water and sanitation. But I think it's important just firstly to take a step back and consider, why is water and sanitation important for all? Why is it actually important? I think we all intuitively know and understand, but I think it's important just to highlight that one of the key drivers behind the development of the water and sanitation sector globally is public health. So all of our modern institutions working in the water and sanitation space have been driven by the need to improve public health for the communities that they serve. Poor sanitation and poorly managed water supplies can impact upon the cognitive and physical development of children in particular. In the first 100 days of development, it's really critical that these aspects are managed. And if it's not, it leads to long-term economic disadvantages. The economic impact is also quite large. The World Bank have conducted studies in Indonesia which have indicated that there's a negative impact of 2.3% on Indonesia's economy because of the lack of water and sanitation services in some areas. The second key driver is environmental protection, which over the last few decades has become increasingly important in driving a new wave of investments, particularly in wastewater treatment or collection and treatment. Within Indonesia, there's 53% of rivers are classified as heavily polluted, according to the former Ministry of Environment and Forestry. But we all know that improved sanitation, it protects water resources and sources. It reduces disease vectors and pathways for pathogens to enter into the community. It also improves the public amenity and biodiversity, which we can quantify as an economic benefit. Thirdly, climate change and climate resilience. Climate change will impact on the water cycle. It will impact in terms of the variability and intensity of rainfall, and this will manifest in terms of flooding, drought, and water insecurity. And vulnerable communities in particular will wear the brunt of these impacts disproportionately to the rest of the community. And finally, the economic and commercial opportunities associated with the water and sanitation sector are extremely important. Water business is big business. Globally, it is a huge market. And if we think of Indonesia, we saw in Pak Adri's presentation, about 19% of Indonesia's population is connected to a piped water supply system. By 2045, the target is to connect 100% of the population to an institutionally managed system. So that means 220 million people over the next few decades are going to be managed through institutionally supplied water supply systems. So this is a huge opportunity. If you're in a business of manufacturing pipelines, water meters, valves, all those other ancillary components, there's a huge opportunity to get involved. And to support that in Indonesia, there's also over 390 water companies. As each of these water companies undertakes the journey to modernize, to plan, and to implement large-scale assets, there will be a need for engineering services, for professional services to support these water utilities undertake that journey. So there are many challenges, there are many opportunities. And what can donors do? What can development actors do? I think firstly, there's a real opportunity to develop and lead with alternative and concessional financing structures to deliver services as a public good. And secondly, there's an opportunity for development actors to take the risk on behalf of partner governments. And what do I mean by that? Partner governments can be constrained by the existing institutional structures, the regulations, and political will. Donors can take the opportunity to structure and demonstrate a novel model to implement and take the risk that it might not work well, but also showcase the ambition to show what it needs to bring financing into the sector to deliver results. So from here, we have demonstrated 2 projects recently. The first is the Palembang City Sanitation Project, which I've just listed, which you can see here. So essentially, this ultimately will be a $160 million Australian dollars investment in the Palembang City wastewater system. It's anchored by a $45 million grant from the Australian government to build a wastewater treatment plant. And in doing so, this grant will leverage and crowd in additional funding from both the central government and local government stakeholders. The key differentiator behind this project is that it actually empowers the local government to take control and to deliver this wastewater infrastructure. You can see it's quite a large-scale wastewater treatment plant, the inlet structures, the odor control unit. It's an ABR-type plant, anaerobic baffled reactor, with covers over the reactors to capture greenhouse gas emissions. This project is being procured and implemented by the local government as the employer and engineer under the FIDIC contracting terms. And that's important because the local government historically is used to delivering $100,000 drainage projects, and now they're having to step up and deliver a $45 million project, and that requires quite deep-seated technical assistance. So to deliver this project, what were the successful factors? It's important to invest in the institutions and the community engagement aspects in particular. So through this project, there were actually 3 complementary programs which were delivered concurrently. The first in terms of the technical delivery of the treatment plant itself, but the second was the institutional and regulatory support to look at the tariff settings and the underlying regulations for the local government to manage and implement. And the third, crucially, was the community engagement and socialization aspects to enable the project and to encourage the community to connect to the sewage systems. The second model, which I'll touch on, is the performance-based grants for water utilities. This program seeks to encourage and demonstrate a model for central government to incentivize local governments to invest in their water companies. It was incentivized through a $15 million seed grant from the Australian government and focused on the key transformative areas of governance, financial management, operational efficiency, and service delivery. Water utilities were supported with technical assistance to improve the performance on such indicators as non-revenue water, water quality monitoring, etc. And the program was successfully completed this year. It crowded in local government equity into their water utilities of about $17 million and demonstrated significant improvements in the technical and managerial performance of the utilities. So what next? We heard from Pak Advi that many investors are wanting to work and invest in the water sector, but what we hear is that there is not many bankable projects at scale to make use of some of these investments. We also heard from Pak Faris about the SDG Indonesia 1, financing platforms such as these, which bring in blended finance and offer favorable concessional loans to local governments, can really incentivize local governments to take part and to access these alternative financing instruments. But it needs to be supported with concurrent support on the institutional and technical assistance arrangements. And so if we look at the bottom left, some of the learnings from our performance-based grant programs was that investments in the financial sustainability, the operational efficiency, the governance and regulatory aspects, when implemented concurrently, this can help improve the fundamentals of the water company as a business. It can improve the company's creditworthiness, and ultimately these performance improvements can be leveraged to deliver project preparation, project proposals, and ultimately improve the appetite and engagement with financing platforms to bring in financing into the water and sanitation space. I'll stop there, but thank you very much for the opportunity, and we will continue to work with PTSME going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. Key takeaways. Thank you for situating the water and sanitation issue in the broader context of its effects on health and socioeconomic well-being of communities, its effect on the environmental health, including pollution of waterways and the need for wastewater management, managing the effects of climate change on water supply, and supporting the commercial operations of water systems, and the need to work directly with implementers on the ground. Thank you very much. Now, the last speaker comes from one of the largest banks in India, and will share with us their experiences in comprehensive approaches to ensuring water access, universal access to water and sanitation. May I call on Mr. K.V. Shaji, the chairman of the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development of India. Mr. Shaji, thank you.
So good afternoon, my dear moderator and other speakers, fellow speakers, and my dear friends over here. Happy to be again in Bali after last year's, we had a session in Almaty which I could attend there as well. The very important topic on ensuring access to water. In fact, we are talking from Bali, which is one of the areas which had a system of equitable access, providing equitable access to farmers of Bali, the Subak system, which is a 1,000-year-old system, which is now under threat. It is one of the 50 UNESCO heritage sites which are under threat because of the climate change. So it's very important that we need to now go back and see those systems, how they ensured equitable access to water. And it is very apt that we are talking from Bali. From Indonesia to India, so we are the largest bank, as said, and a lot of billions and millions have been drilled out here, and whatever is there, I am sure, almost at least 10% of that will be in India. Whatever problems we have in India will be, is a larger part of the problem of the world. So NABARD, that is National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, we touched lives of almost 1 billion people. That is roughly around 1 in 8 of the world population is being touched by our activities. And in that context, the access to water, of course, I need not reiterate that. It's been declared as a human right by the United Nations. The availability, accessibility, sufficiency, safety, quality. But then $1 investment in water and sanitation is actually accruing almost 4.3 times of the economic returns. That is, $1 is actually multiplied by 4.3. That is the economic return. But then most of these returns are in the public nature. So, but then on the larger scale, if you see, all these returns will contribute to a system where the public sector, the private sector can flourish. So, but then who will invest this $1? That's the question we need to answer. The public sector, the government, or a PPP mode. All these things need to be applied, and that is what we are doing in India. But then another threat is that water consumption is doubling every 30 years. So these are all startling facts. The issues in water and sanitation has been already told, but then inadequate funding, that $1 investment, that is coming to close to around 403 billion for water. And right now, there is no proper funding for sanitation, and climate crisis is compounding the whole of system. The global efforts, I know a lot of efforts have been done including COP27, recognizing the importance of providing water and sanitation, the proper access. But in India, what we are doing, so the government, the national government, they have announced that the water and sanitation is one of the foremost priorities of the government, and a lot of campaigns sensitizing the people have been taken up. Of course, you all know India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. We are now third in per capita purchasing power parity in terms of GDP, and fifth in terms of nominal GDP. But then we have almost 60% of the population who don't have access to proper facilities. So the right signaling by the government is the first thing. The Prime Minister, none other than the Prime Minister of India, is spearheading the project. His ideas of cleaning Ganga. Ganga is considered to be a very important river in India. So that will give an optics that cleaning river is one of the foremost importance. There was talk about pollution in rivers. In India also the problem is there. Then the Swachh Bharat means the Clean India program. These are all programs announced by the Prime Minister, none other than the Prime Minister. So that will get more importance. Then the urban infrastructure sustainability, including water supply. Then water as the life, Jal Jeevan. Jal Jeevan in Hindi is water as life. So, and then the groundwater recharging. Then there are pan-India campaigns, because now we have to sensitize people regarding the need for all these. What we are doing in NABARD, of course, for providing proper access, there need to be infrastructure development. For that, we need investments. Who will invest? The question will come whether government can invest, because now the returns may not be that at the market-related ones. So we need to have an impact return type of an activity we need to be there. For that, we have set up a fund, the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, which will access concessional finance from different sources, including from the banks of India who are not achieving their targets for directed lending. And then we are channelizing these funds for through the state governments and the public entities for providing massive structures for including for providing water. And then we also raise our own funds. We are the largest entity in India, so because of our financial muscle, we can raise from the market at a finer rate and then provide as a blended finance to the entities, including for PPP projects. Under the Clean India project, that is the Swachh Bharat mission, we are financing Government of India entities as well, because they also need funds. Government also is worried about their fiscal deficits. So we are also raising from market and supporting the initiatives of the government. Apart from that, from our side, watershed development is what which we are focusing on. Along with that, the spring shed development. Springs are nothing but trickles of water coming from the hills. So we are now trying to conserve water and provide livelihoods using the water in the local area. That is the watershed development. So that migrations to cities are not happening. So we are trying to provide livelihood at the place of their origin, and then set up watershed committees, a group of people over there, community-led entities. And with that, climate proofing also is being ensured, because climate risks, we are aware of that. So we are trying to climate proof the activities and to minimize the impacts of climate change. So all these activities, watershed and spring shed development activities, are going hand in hand to conserve water at the source itself. Then the awareness campaigns, of course, we are supplementing the efforts of the Government of India by giving a lot of campaigns on sustainability and sensitizing the people, the toilet construction, need for cleanliness. And we have a climate-ready WASH program where WASH is nothing but water, sanitation and hygiene. So where we actually focus on rainwater harvesting, water conservation structures, adoption, because these are all done in the massive scale. And to drive home the point, we have set up a subsidiary, that is the NAP Samriddhi. Samriddhi is in Hindi, it is actually flourish or growth. So there we are giving concessional finance, because any private entity may not come, a private sector entity may not come for financing that. So we are actually front-running those activities by showing to the public that WASH financing is a feasible option. Now, these activities, we all know about that, what we need to do for achieving the universal access, the SDG 6, the investments, then the global coordination is one thing which is important. We need to now source both grant funds, philanthropic funds, and also wherever cross-border river systems are there need to be proper agreements in place. Sensitization is required, WASH financing, sustainable and affordable water solutions need to be there, and overall the climate risk which we talked about earlier. So what we are trying to do is that low carbon water WASH system we are trying to develop through climate resilient structures, and we are also front running in terms of investing in such systems. Last mile, which is the rural women, the gender equity is what we are focusing on, because they are more vulnerable. And also we are giving a policy advocacy to the governments. In that, being a largest development financial institution, we are showing the way in terms of concessional finance. We are in fact taking a hit on our profits but then we are reducing the rates of interest through blending from various sources and financing that. So overall, what we are intending is that, first of all, the sensitization need to be there, supplementing the efforts of the government. Then we are walking the talk in terms of providing loans and also monitoring the activities of both the governments, the federal government and also the provincial governments, and also the PPP projects. We are active in PPP projects, and we are also working with civil society organizations, the watershed development, which we have told, the springshed development. These are all for salutary in terms of publicizing the importance of WASH. With this, we hope that the global problem of water access can be solved to a large extent. At least almost 20% of the problem is in India. Once India solves the problem, I think world also will be solving the problem faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaji. Indeed, that was a very comprehensive approach to the issue. From the statement that says the government of India has made water and sanitation the priority policy and strategy, and that, in effect, spurred NABARD to do everything and anything it takes to ensure that the issue is addressed. And some new things that we learned are watershed, spring shed management, rainwater harvesting, groundwater management, and a highlight on community participation, awareness raising, and building of climate resilient systems. Of course, going along with the global action, harvesting global cooperation, and supplementing government finance, as you have heard with the others, through all sorts of blended finance. And thank you for ending with the statement, you are walking the talk. So that, in effect, concludes the session for the speakers, and I believe that we would like to ask you 2 questions. May we have the 2 questions, please? Again, we'd like to invite you to scan this QR code so that you could answer the 2 questions, the polling questions. Can we have those 2 questions, please? The first one would be, we still don't have it. Are we ready? Okay. How would you rate, the first question is, if you're ready, how would you rate the current level of water and sanitation access in your community or region? Okay, 2 have voted excellent. Okay, so so we're seeing a diverse set of experiences here, and I see that only 13, 17, 18, 19 people are still, or 20 are still engaged, awake and very engaged. Okay, good is the number 1 answer. Could be better, of course. We're still, in a way, therefore, quite far from the ideal. Okay. All right, going on. Number 2 question, please. All right, the number 2 question is, which do you believe is the most significant barrier to improving water access and sanitation in the Asia-Pacific region? Okay, there's lack of funding, inadequate infrastructure, political and regulatory issues, and environmental challenges. We're still waiting for the rest. We've had more than 20 votes earlier. So now we have, all right, 12, 16, some more? All right. Okay, it's the government. Okay, so NABARD and PTSMI come to the rescue. Okay, all development financing institutions in effect are key to this. Of course, they interact directly with national governments. Okay, so thank you for answering the 2 polling questions. And before we end, let me just make a few, sorry, we still have a question and answer portion. All right, I have a few questions here that we could answer quickly. We still have time pre-collected from the audience. So I'd like to call on one or two from you, or maximum 3 to answer. So my first question from the audience is, okay. So there's a question there from the audience directly. What are the key criteria that DFIs consider when funding water and sanitation projects? So quickly, may I ask SMI and NABARD to answer these questions? SMI first.
Yes, the quick answer will be the feasibility of the projects as well as the impact of it.
Okay, thank you. Feasibility of projects and the impact. Yes,
Yeah, as far as NABARD is concerned, we'll look more into impact, because we are a development financial institution. We consider that the economic return may not be that much at the market rates. So we look at the social return and then blend reasonable returns for in terms of the profits. But then it's not that the criteria, but then the impact it creates, and also the optics it creates. So when we do some projects, it will be some sort of a pilot, and then we'll invite other parts of the country, the people from the other parts of the country, to see what is happening because of this intervention. In fact, the general prosperity of the area, as I said, $1 is translating to $4.3 of economic return, which is accruing to the society. So that we need to demonstrate that, and then replicate those activities. So that is what a DFI is doing. And then we'll invite private sector to partner with us in such initiatives, because their prosperity also lies in the development of the area in which they are operating. They can't create profit in isolation. So in that case, we will invite private sector also by showing the results of the pilot, and that is how we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you. It's the impact first, and then demonstrating successful models that can be replicated, and then ensuring a modest return. But $1 to $4.3 is not really modest. If you can achieve that, that's still...
It's accruing to the society. It's not accruing to any private entity.
Okay.
So it's the general prosperity which is creating, which will actually reflect in all
right.
other activities.
Okay. The socio-economic benefit, overall benefit. But still, it still makes sense to invest. Okay, even with modest gains. Next. May I have the second question, please? What is the best metrics to evaluate the success of water and sanitation project? Again, what is the best metric or metrics to evaluate the success of water and sanitation project? And so may I ask Mr. Victoria and Mr. Benjamin Smith to please answer that question. ASCII, please.
Yeah, in the case of ASCII, before we implement the WAS program in the community, there's an assessment on the current condition, and then after the project has been implemented, there will be a follow-up assessment, what kind of impact we were able to achieve. Is it within the original plan that we saw in the first place? It's really data gathering before, and then the impact after it's been implemented.
Okay, thank you. Data gathering before and data gathering after. So baseline and measuring impact. Okay, thank you. Mr. Benjamin?
Sure. So I think it's really important to evaluate projects according to how the results are used by the community. Are the actual services utilized by the community, and has it improved their economic well-being? Often we see in infrastructure projects that infrastructure is delivered, but not necessarily delivering improved services for the community due to a number of institutional barriers or operation and maintenance or financial sustainability. And so, the definition of a white elephant. So I think it's really critical that all DFIs and donors really look at is the outcome improved services for the community. And I think also, just to balance that, it's also important to look at the long-term, longitudinal evaluation processes to track the sustainability of these investments over time. An investment might look like it is providing services in the short term, but given the nature of water and sanitation projects, we really need to look at the underlying fundamentals in terms of the reliability of water resources, also the ongoing operations and maintenance, particularly for mechanical equipment. And as they start to fail, is there preventative maintenance regimes in place? Are they renewed? And is there a sustainable financing structure to continue that renewal? And that can best be picked up in a longitudinal evaluation process.
Thank you. Thank you. There is an additional answer from NABARD.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So both this water and sanitation projects will lead to better hygiene. So as before going to the economic well-being, we generally look at how the health of the community has improved. So water, sanitation leading to better hygiene and then better health, and in turn private activity, their economic activities will improve and general economic well-being will be improved. So in terms of evaluation, we look at an intermediate factor of how the hygiene has improved. For that, different matrices are there, which we are having a framework for evaluating that.
Thank you, thank you. So key takeaways from there, we have to make sure that the services are being used, the services from the project are being used, and that they deliver the intended effects and outcomes, including health and sanitation, and that all the benefits are sustainably enjoyed, and that the project continues to operate in the future with all the intended effects and linkages with other support systems. Thank you very much. So there's another question. So we have 4 questions actually. What are the current key challenges in achieving universal water access and sanitation in the Asia-Pacific region? I think that SMI and NABARD would like to answer these questions. These are life-changing, earth-shaking questions. What are the current key challenges in achieving universal water access in and sanitation in the Asia-Pacific region? Mr. Adri, please.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I think it's we can refer to my first slide. Basically, funding is one of the challenges, although it's not the sole issues. As I said earlier, in the case of Indonesia, probably also resemblance to other Asia-Pacific regions, the commitment is also one of the main issues that need to be taken into account. Commitment of the local leaders, commitment of the national leaders as well. Why? Because these investments are very, very big, but the outcomes will take time. So, and then given the tenure of the leaders are very, very limited, then somehow they prefer to put investment in other means.
Okay, thank you. Commitment, really, especially under changing and continuity under changing political regimes. Mr. Saji?
So I'll also agree with the Indonesia that the key challenge is the funding. In fact, the public funding, the government funding, of course it is there, but then that is limited because of a lot of the fiscal deficit concerns and all. So actually from the government funding, whatever is coming up, that should be used as a seed fund to attract more funding. Either through DFI mechanism or through private sector participation, or that is through public-private partnership projects. So there we have to demonstrate that the implementing entity is having capability to implement that project, because these are all, as said earlier, long gestation projects and where economic returns are not certain. Even though the impact, generally it will be created, but the economic return, because we can't just price or rather, the economic return cannot be from the project per se, but from the overall welfare of the area, and in turn the taxes may improve, or maybe the activities will improve, and in turn people will prosper, and then they will be able to pay. So it's a vicious circle. So funding, how to attract funding, because these are all massive projects with clear matrices, but then there are long gestation projects. So we have to demonstrate that these projects are successful. So in that case, smaller projects in different localities, and then demonstrate that these are fundable, or rather economic returns are sufficient enough, then we can attract private sector for funding and taking this in a larger way.
Thank you. Indeed, the challenge is issued to everyone here. Leverage your funds with other sources and go for successful models so you can attract more money to supplement whatever we have at the moment. Thank you. All right, we still have, okay. How can public-private partnerships help bridge the financing gap in water access and sanitation projects? Again, I'd like to ask Mr. Victoria and Mr. Benjamin Smith to answer this question.
Based on our experience, it's really creating an awareness on the importance of the projects that you're implementing on the WASP program. So our idea is really to engage people in the community, organize them, tell them that these are the objectives of the program, and also do networking with government agencies and then the private sector. Just like Water.org Philippines, it's a private organization, so we also tap with and partner with other organizations in the local communities. So what we're trying to do is really that the ownership of the program, while we are doing all these things, it should be the participation of the people in the community. So it's really people's participation, continuing education on the people in the community, and also link this, all these things are linked to the environmental programs that we are doing, because environmental issues are also related to the WASP program. It's really massive education campaign also, both for the clients and communities, and then advocate to the support from the government and other private sector in the community. That's how we do it.
Thank you. So let's all be friendly, partner, 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 and let's create local ownership of our projects. And Mr. Benjamin?
So I'll just add that I think we've heard that there's the financing and funding gap for the water and sanitation sector is immense, and I think it's in Indonesia it's something like $2 billion annually is the gap, and of course there's not enough public funds available to close the gap, and there is a need to bring in financing to help achieve some of those water and sanitation ambitions, and I think the private sector, through PPP partnerships and also B2B, are clear mechanisms to tap into that pool of private financing to bring it into the sector. But the challenge is to address the institutional and regulatory barriers which can prevent or constrain some of the activities or the implementation of PPP projects. There's a lot of ambitions to deliver PPPs, but very few working examples in some regions of the world, and it's typically constrained by the institutional and regulatory aspects. But I think PPPs are really critical, in particular for bringing in the technical expertise as well as the financial expertise to help manage and deliver what are very complex public services.
Thank you. Indeed, let's all be patient with regulatory and policy institutional bottlenecks and challenges, but let's bring in the experts to help us hurdle all the challenges. Okay, thank you. So we've come to the tail end of this session, and by way of summarizing, I'd just like to say that I hope we are all inspired by the wide range of initiatives we have seen this afternoon, from localized interventions at the community level to comprehensive national strategies and policies, to all sorts of partnerships and arrangements in order to leverage whatever we have and in order to access assistance from different sectors or stakeholders. And that I'd like to quote, before I end, what Mr. Adri has said. We have not yet achieved even 50% of our national targets. Did you say 23%? But moving up, that's the spirit. I think I'd like to end this session by saying it's still very far ahead to victory, but we will get there. We have had successful models. I was personally amazed with the country strategy that India's adopted and the response of NABARD to it, and also amazed by the initiatives of SMI in pushing this issue forward. Also with the very practical but very implementable approach of ASCII, which is no less important because it ensures that the most marginalized have access to water and sanitation facilities. And thank you to the DFAT for providing a lot of assistance and a lot more of encouragement, even as we recognize all the bottlenecks that we face in addressing this issue. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we would like to close this session, and thank you very much. I hope you enjoy this. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists and moderator. Please kindly remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation. And for that, we'd like to invite to come up on the stage Mr. Reynaldi Hermansyah to please kindly present the token of appreciation to the panelists and also moderator. Thank you very much for sharing with us, Mr. Shaji Kefi, and then Mr. Benjamin Smith. Thank you also to Mr. Adri Asmoro Laksono Pusoro. And also to Mr. Rolanda Victoria. Thank you very much for the insightful session. And of course, we'd like to extend our gratitude also to our moderator. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Pastillo. And after this, we'll have a further session together. Please, gentlemen, please kindly take your position. Official camera ready. In the count of 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. May I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all the panelists and moderator. Thank you for the fruitful discussion today. Thank you. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, that after this we are going to have a special session that we are going to have the Angklung Interactive Session. So you are going to try to play our instrumental music from Indonesia. But before that, we'd like to please everyone to enjoy the networking break. So the coffee and also the snack is now already prepared for you in the foyer area. And also we are expecting you to be back here at 4 p.m. Thank you very much and enjoy. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, that we are going to have the interactive session after this. So for that, we would like to invite everyone to please kindly join us inside of the ballroom and please visit it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are about to start our interactive session for today. So for that, I'd like to invite everyone to please kindly enter the ballroom and be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our interactive session with the Angklung. So for that, would like to request everyone to please kindly join us inside of the ballroom and be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are still in ADFIAP International CEO Forum 17. Now, instead of asking you to clap your hand, now can I hear you shaking your angklung, everyone, please? Thank you very much for the energy. I'm not the one who's going to introduce you in details about the angklung and how to play the angklung in details. But there is a special person that I will going to invite later on. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let me just give some information about angklung. So once again, angklung is a traditional musical instrument from West Java and recognized as the Indonesia's national cultural heritage. Crafted from bamboo, it produces sounds when it's shaken and also creating a unique and resonant tone. So the name of angklung comes from Sundanese words angklung angklungan, describing the swaying motions of the platter, and klung is the sound of it creates. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, as I promised before, now we are going to play and learn how to play angklung correctly. Not with me, but I would like to invite Suara Praba. May I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are grateful we are standing here to be part of this event. So we are from Suara Praba. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dewa, and we are conductor today is Agung. So now we would like to invite you all for playing angklung. And maybe everybody can stand up. So, for the step, I would like to explain how to hold this instrument. Your right hand clamp with 2 fingers on the hole of the bamboo tubes on the bottom. Yes. And the other hand on the left of the instrument. All right. And we try to shake with your right hand. Only shake with right hand. Okay, very well. And now I would like everybody see the code on angklung. There's a number on your angklung. Start from 1 until 7. Yeah. I would like to explain that. 1 and I is for do. Is for do. We try who gets number 1. Let's play number 1. Okay, very well. And number 2 is for Ray. We play number 2. Shake number 2. Okay, good. We shake number 3, me. Okay, very well. We shake number 4, for fa. Okay, we try shake number 5, sol. That's great. Okay, we shake number 6, la. Okay. And in last, we shake number 7, C. Okay. That's great. Okay, before that, I would like to give you information about the sign. Yes, because the sign will guiding you when you want to play in assemblers. Okay, do sign like this. Do or number 1 sign is like this. Okay, let's try shake. Please remember the sign. Okay, and number 2, the sign is like this. It's for Ray, number 2. The sign is like this, okay? And for number 3, me, sign is like this. And next, number 4, Sign is like this, for fa. Okay. Number 5, like this, sol. And number 6, la, is like this. Number 7, for C, is like this. Just remember your number and the sign, okay? That's very important because the conductor will guiding you when we play song together, okay? But before that, we would like to try from Do until C. Okay, please give a sign. Let's try together. Okay, that's great. How about if wanna try a random sign? Remember or not? Okay, let's try. Very well for beginner. Okay, now maybe we will try with one song, okay? Music, please. Maybe sing your body. It's very good. Okay, thanks for participant. So we, whoa, would you like one more? Okay, we will try one more song, okay? I hope you sing more harder, yeah? Yeah, okay. Wow, wow, awesome. Okay, thank you very much for everybody. Maybe you can. So we are from Suara Prabha. Would like to say thank you for I hope this interactive activity become enjoyable moments for you all. So for the last, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you very much. That was amazing session. Thank you, Swara Prabha. And I can feel all the excitement from all of you. Once again, may I have a big round of applause for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. You did great. That was amazing. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let us hear the closing remarks that will be delivered by the delegate of the Royal Government in charge as CEO, Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, also the chairman of ADFIAP. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I would like to please welcome on the stage His Excellency Dr. Kauta.
Good afternoon. Salamat Senten. As we approach the conclusion of the ADFIAP's International CEO Forum 17th on building a sustainable future, the crucial role of the DFI in low-carbon development agenda, I would like to once again express my gratitude to our host, PTSMI, for their dedication in making this event success, the exceptional hospitality they have shown to all attendees, to our esteemed speakers, moderators, and guests. Thank you for your active participation and commitment to sustainable development. Your presence and engagement have been instrumental in driving forward our collective mission toward a sustainable development. Finally, this event would not have been possible without diligent effort of the ADFIAP Secretariat led by Mr. Enrique Florencio and his team. Please join me extending a heartfelt round of applause in recognition of this remarkable work. As we conclude this esteemed event, I would like to highlight several key takeaways that have emerged to guide us to our future efforts. Equitable energy transition on pathway to a just and sustainable futures. We are reminded once again about the need for a greater investment and action to transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy. Our panelists also highlighted key challenges for achieving a just energy transition, such as a lack of basic infrastructure, high energy price, social impact on workers in a fossil fuel sector. Second, driving economic prosperity in leveraging digital transformation strategy. We explore how digital tools, including artificial intelligence, fintechs, digital banking, and ADFIAP Net initiative can enhance DFI impact, expand financial access, and improve services efficiency. Although technology costs, staff buy-in, and by cybersecurity were recognized as obstacles, our panelists agree that digital transformation is a necessity for the future of development finance. Third, sustainable future in the role of impact investment in building resilient infrastructure. We heard how investing in sustainable and resilient infrastructure is fundamental for achieving the goals of SDGs, and why DFI are key actor in closing the financing gap in the sector. Our amazing panel also shared with us the resilient, sustainable infrastructure project they are investing in, including the Sultan Haitham City project in Oman, and the approach and experience in financing this project, including the blended finance model in Indonesia. Fourth, ensuring universal water access and sanitation on strategy for sustainable development. We acknowledge the growing threat of water scarcity in the face of climate change. While investment need in this sector is immense, our panelists note the key barrier that limit clean water and sanitation project ability to attract funding. As discussed, blend finance can serve as an attractive solution, but it must be accompanied by technical assistance, along with the commitment and involvement from the local governments. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, reflecting on our meaningful discussion and actionable outcome from the forum, as well as the ambitious mission of achieving a more sustainable and prosperous world, I would like to offer several input and recommendations as follows. I hope to see that the DFI are actively supporting the implementation of a national policy and strategy, particularly including inclusive one, ensuring the benefit of transition to renewable energy are equitably distributed to marginalized and vulnerable communities. Second, I urge national and international DFI to enhance financial support mechanism and diversify financial instruments, enabling small and medium-sized business and low-income households to access clean energy technology. Third, I advocate for the investment in digital banking infrastructure to support economic activities, including through digital loans and the implementation of training programs to equip the community with the digital skill. Fourth, I call upon the public and private partnership to prioritize sustainable development by mobilizing capital and expertise for resilient infrastructure development, incorporating sustainable investment strategy and a long-term planning. Fifth, lastly, I hope to witness increased investment by DFI in water and sanitation infrastructure to expand access and improve service quality to our underserved and marginalized population, ensuring sustainable and equitable water distributions. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks once again for your invaluable contributions and for being part of these transformative journeys. I hope we remain steadfast in our commitment to driving change and making a lasting impact on global low-carbon development agenda. I look forward to seeing a positive impact of our collective efforts. I wish Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a good health, success, happiness, as well as a memorable time in Bali. I hope we will meet again with even more success to celebrate. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next closing remarks, we would like to invite to please come up on the stage the President Director of PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur Persero. Please kindly join me to welcome Mr. Reynaldi Hermansyah.
Good afternoon to everyone here. His Excellency Dr. Kauta, Chairman of ADFIAP, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense honor for me to stand before you today as we conclude our 2024 ADFIAP International CEO Forum. Over the past few days, we have delved deep into the pressing issues of our time, exploring pivotal role on development financial institutions in shaping our future. From the transformative power of the energy transition to the digital revolution, we have witnessed the potential to reshape the world. We have discussed the imperative of building resilient infrastructure, ensuring a universal access to water and sanitation, and promoting social equity. These are not just mere aspirations. These are the cornerstone of a just, equitable, and sustainable future. Let us take a moment to reflect on the profound impact of DFIs. We are not just financial institutions. We are a catalyst of change, the bridge between vision and reality. By mobilizing resources, de-risking investment, and fostering innovations, we can accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy, drive sustainable development, and improve the lives of millions. Consider the energy transition. This is not just about reducing greenhouse gas effects. It is about creating new opportunities, fostering economic growth, and ensuring energy security. We believe DFI can play a crucial role in financing renewable energy projects, supporting energy efficiency, and also promoting sustainable energy solutions. The digital revolution also offers another exciting frontier. By investing in digital infrastructure, promoting digital literacy, and supporting the innovative digital solutions, we believe DFI can help to bridge the digital divide, empowering communities, and again, driving economic growth. But then, let's not forget the human dimension. Our work is not just about numbers and statistics. It is also about people. It is about ensuring that everyone has the access to essential services, opportunities, and a healthy environment. By prioritizing social equity and environmental friendly sustainability, we can create a more inclusive and resilient future. Today, as we conclude this forum, I believe we have several key takeaways. One, the urgency of climate action is undeniable. We must accelerate the energy transition and adopt sustainable practices across all sectors. Collaboration is the key to unlocking the full potential of sustainable development. By working together, we can overcome the challenges, share knowledge, and amplify our impact. Innovation is the engine of progress. We must embrace new ideas, technologies, and business models to address the complexity of the 21st century. The human dimension, as I mentioned, must be at the heart of our work. We must prioritize social security, social equity, and human well-being. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of the esteemed panelists, speakers, who have given us a very insightful presentation that has enriched the discussion. I also want to thank our participants for their active engagement and valuable contribution, and your commitment to the sustainability development of this effort is truly commendable. Finally, as we conclude this forum, I encourage us all to carry forward the spirit of collaboration. Let us build upon the connections we have forged within these 2 days to a more sustainable and equitable future. Lastly, I look forward to seeing you all again at the next ADFIAP International CEO Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynaldi Hermansyah. Terima kasih. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude our forum for today, we have some information that we are going to give to you. The first one is, as we can see your excitement during the interactive session for Angklung session, we would like to announce to you that your Angklung, you can bring it back home as a souvenirs. And the next one, shout out to the committee, thank you for that, because we can see all your excitement while you're playing Angklung, and I bet that you need more time for playing that together. And ladies and gentlemen, the next one, we still have the information for today. So we are going to invite you today to join the closing dinner. We will be held in Gamelan Ballroom in this hotel. So please kindly wear the evening dress code, which is your national costume. And please kindly be there at 6:30 local time because the dinner will be start at that time. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending this forum. Once again, may I have a big round of applause for all of you. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant stay in here in Bali. My name is Putri Gorda. I would like to say thank you as Indonesians say terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Sampai jumpa.
September, love was changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds.